The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith.
It's match down.
5-star performance.
Pull for big fish.
It's
Jack Drayton!
To win it, and to win his debut game in some style. What a way to wrap it up that is!
Carl Bachelor.
Warburton might not be losing this leg. It's another haymaker. And this time Warburton with a 1.56.
Bullseye. Excellent.
On the first leg, Jemai Van Den Herik.
Absolutely excellent. This to get a first footnote on the board. The double 18 pin, the mono 6 cut. Bullseye for the little fish. There's the little fishy in the dirty dishy. Jump trade double 16. Well, in this heat, everybody wants a 99. You can put a cone in that. Tuesday's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it is Jack Aldridge who leads the way going into it, but everybody's still in play pretty much, so it could be an unpredictable Tuesday, an unpredictable moving day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where the players will probably be thankful for the fact that the weather's cooled down a little bit here on the south coast of England, but the action is very much about to hot up as far as this Group A is concerned. It's Jack Aldridge who leads the way. He won 4 out of 5 on Monday. However, 5 of the 6 players are still very much in the mix. Paul Nicholson's with us in the studio to look ahead to all the action. It was a very good day's worth of action on Monday. We saw some really impressive stuff from 5 of the 6 players. And yes, Jack Aldridge leads the way, but I think it's also fair to say we're none the wiser as to where this group and where the direction of travel is heading.
Yeah, I think it's a fair statement. I mean, if Jack wins his 5th game yesterday, we're talking about a 4-point cushion at the top, and he can stroll towards having a lead going into day 3. But it wasn't meant to be that way because Jemai Van Den Herik was able to beat him in the 5th round yesterday. So things are a bit more compacted, which is good for us and it's good for the viewers at home.
Right, let's have a look at the situation as far as the Group A table is concerned. As you can see, Jack Aldridge leading the way. 4 wins out of 5. Won his first 4, lost to Jemai Van Den Herik right at the very last. And he set his stall out, didn't he, right from the get-go yesterday, Jack. That 104.5 average against Nathan Potter, one of 2 ton-plus averages he had on Monday. And every time we ask the question about how long he can keep doing what he's doing, the more he says, no, I'm a player that's here to stay.
There were habits yesterday because his first start was excellent. And it's easy for us to say that when you've averaged over 104 in your first game, you should go out and do that every time. But that's not darts. But the level of play throughout the first 3-4 rounds, it was really, really good. And quite frankly, if he had come up against someone a little weaker in round 5, he would be on 10 points. It just so happens that Jemai was able to find his best performance towards the end because it was different for him. Jack had a really good start, Jemai had a really good end, and we're going to go through the same sort of rigmarole today.
Well, let's have a look at the odds. Now, no surprise Jack Aldridge got favourite because he is a lead overnight, but the 5-4 may be a bit vulnerable. Who else should we potentially look out for today?
I think Carl Bachelor is someone we should pay a bit more attention to because yesterday he was a bit more of an unknown to us. We've educated ourselves a bit more about watching him through 5 rounds. And when you can take it 158 to win your first match, that tells us about what you are doing. And he's obviously playing with confidence at the minute. So maybe we've just got to pay a bit more attention to Carl. And 9-2, that looks interesting to me.
And hey, anything can happen. Germany lost a penalty shootout yesterday, although don't mention penalty shootouts to Jemai Van Den Herik today. It's 18+, gambleaware.org, if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series. Right, let's get the action underway then with a meeting between Mike Warburton and Carl Bachelor. Mr. Porky on day 1 had a superb day, and he wasn't telling me any pies when I spoke to him earlier on this morning. Carl, very good first day for yourself here at the Super Series. What would be your overall assessment as to the way things went?
Far better than I expected. I came here with the expectation of just trying to win a game. I got that for the first attempt and just freed me up for the rest of the day. So yeah, happy with the 3 wins. A little bit disappointed that I lost from 3-1 up, but yeah, it is how it is, and we go again on the second day and third day and see where it takes us.
Let's talk about you a little bit more, and for a lot of the viewers at home that may not seen you play before, let's just talk a little bit about your darting journey, where it began, what you've been doing, and how it's got you to this point where you played here at the Super Series.
Honestly, it's been a bit of a rough ride, really. Quite a lot of people know. I started on a development tour. I got myself a sponsor and I got a bit of dartitis. I had that for 6 years. It's only really been the last just under 2 years that I've been back at it. ADC gave me another route into playing competitive darts once I got my mojo back. And it's gone onwards and upwards from there. Just kept plugging at the ADC, got myself into a Modus qualifier, and lo and behold, here I am.
You said yesterday you were just hoping for the 1 win. In terms of the week, what kind of goals have you set for yourself?
Now I've got to be trying to look at Saturday. 3 wins is a good start on day 1. Didn't expect, like I say, to get those. So let's see what happens for me, and got to be the goal for Saturday. Trying to get there.
Well, good luck. Wish you all the very best, Carl.
Thank you very much.
And sometimes when you speak to people, you just find out things that you didn't know about them before. And a very interesting story in terms of Carl Bachelor's battles just to be here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth this week. Every player has their own set of trials and tribulations. And that's why everybody's story is so unique. Up against Mike Warburton, for whom the story of day 1 here was probably one that was ladled with frustration. Bookended his day with victories yesterday. As for Carl Bachelor, he really set the tone, didn't he, with that 158 finish to get the win over Den Herik in his opener. As for Warby, former weekly winner here in the past, but it's been nearly 3.5 years since that previous success back in March 2023. Well, he got the better of Conor Heenahan in the final. That was a week where Conor Heenahan hit 1-9 darter and nearly hit a second. I'm sure this man will be hoping to call home a 9 darter today. George Baker. He'll be in charge of all the action over the course of this
First leg is
Tuesday morning.
First. Game on.
And so we kick off with a meeting between Mr. Porky and Warburton. If that doesn't make you peckish at 25-10 on a Tuesday morning, I don't know what will, Paul the Asset Nicholson.
All right, let's start, as we mean to go on, with facts. You and I spoke on the air yesterday, and I said that Mike Warburton is an 87.5 average player. And that for the first day, if he's on an 87 average 57. With about 35% in his doubles, that's just what he does all the time. What did he average yesterday? 87.14. He's about as reliable, I was going to say, as Germany at a penalty shootout, but I had to change my mind there. So he's reliable, let's put it that way.
It's almost as if we know what we're talking about every now and then.
56.
This is not something that's been going on for a year or 2 years. This has been going on for 6 years. It's an impressive thing to do, but it also illustrates
100.
One of the reasons why Mike has only won 1 week. There is a phrase in sport,
140.
and it's appropriate at darts and other things. It doesn't really sing true with this sport, but we say it anyway. They say he's one-paced. The pace is good and consistent. But does it need to be better?
He's always the bubble, isn't he? We mentioned it yesterday as to the level of performance that's so quiet here. As Bachelor looks at 148. As I say, took out the 158 yesterday to get the better of Den Herik. He's not going to start Tuesday with anything of a show-stopping nature. But can Warby? He's looking at 151, not anymore. And so Bachelor here looking at 6-7.
Carl, you require 67.
Double 8.
Game shot in the first egg. Carl
And
Bachelor.
that was a nice clean kill from Bachelor.
Second egg is Mike to throw first.
That's
Game
67, by the way. It has been that way since numbers were created. And if anybody wants to change that, they can answer to
100.
everybody who believes that 67 still exists. Now, Warburton yesterday was actually better than 35% at his doubles. He was 43%.
100.
And to state that he's only got 4 points for his trouble, that feels a little bit harsh. However, that signifies how strong the 4 players were above him in the table.
43.
He bookended his day with wins. Round 1, round 5, victories, but 3 defeats in the middle. But people did play pretty well against him.
140.
He'd like to get off to the same start. He'd like to have the same ending, but the middle's going to have to be better today if he's going to jump up this table a bit.
Because the group is open for interpretation for somebody like Warby if they
60.
can win 4, 5 of their games to really be in amongst the mix. But it also felt that there was times yesterday where he got off to slow starts in games and he found himself chasing the
140.
Jermaine Van Den Herik one is the game that stands out, where he found himself 3-0 behind before he suddenly clicked into gear, rode off 3 decent legs, and then Van Den Herik at the last found a 13 darter to get over the line. Can ill afford that today, and unfortunately, so far,
140.
it
Carl,
seems
you've
to
got
be that trend is
121.
continuing.
Bachelor's just having another strong start. I think he's liking life at the Live Lounge.
96. Mike, you call 158.
Ironically, it's Warburton on the 158 now.
At a 158, you get the sense he needs to get. But he cannot find the second treble 20, so Bachelor will return
134. Carl, you require
for a
25.
2-0 lead and for a prize breaker throw. Doesn't need one to win this game, but if he can find it,
Game shot
puts
in the second
himself in a
egg.
good
Carl
position.
Bachelor.
well, double 8 found both times of asking. 2-0 to the good, and that was a 14 darter to give himself a bit of a cushion.
Yeah, when
The
Carl
leg is
got
Carl
comfortable
to the
yesterday, he
reverse.
started to show a level
Game
that is very
on.
dangerous here. His best numbers in a completed game yesterday, 94.48.
96.
That was a very accomplished performance. 40% in his doubles in that match, and he didn't need maximums to get those kind of numbers. So he's versatile.
60.
Isn't it interesting how he spoke to you this morning, Henry, and he said that his goals have changed? He wanted to win a game.
100.
And his next goal is a big jump. It's not, I want to win 2 games. It's, I want Saturday. He's getting carried away with this, and we don't mind that, but we'll see how the next few days go.
140.
Hey, he'll be telling you, Nico, don't weigh me in.
$140.
Has left a bogey number, but I'm not really against it in this moment. He's got the 2-0 lead. He's got Warburton 136 behind.
60.
It just goes to show, if you create a 2 treble lead, leaving a bogey number isn't the end of the world.
You could say, Nico, he's got
83.
Warburton on toast.
Somebody pass the stick.
135. Carl, you
There's a
require
big chunk for
82.
Warby, but is that enough to pressurise Bachelor's position? Because he is on the cusp of 3-0.
Well, he's missed a dart at the bullseye,
Game
but in
shot to
terms
the
of the outer ring, he's
Carl
word
Bachelor.
perfect so far, Carl Bachelor. 3-0 to the good.
Fourth egg is Mike to throw
Averaging
first.
just a
Game on.
shade under a ton. Warburton has no answers. Not had a dart at a double yet.
Let's face facts here. We should never take for granted somebody
100.
averaging 98 after 3 legs. In old British inter-county speak, which was best of 5 legs, if you were doing stuff like that
100.
against someone like Warburton, you'd be on the radar for being picked for your country. Seriously. And if you could do that
81.
on the whole, season-wide in British inter-county darts, you would be in an England shirt.
60.
But times are different. And what Bachelor's already spoken about this morning is that he has had his troubles with his technique in the past, but the amateur darts circuit has given him a new home.
140.
And isn't that great?
Well, we've seen it begin a lot of careers. I think Tom Sykes is perhaps the
140.
notable name in which has really blossomed as a result of that particular system. But for someone like Carl Bachelor, I get the sense when the ADC started, yes, this was
60.
a dream, but this was maybe a fever dream to be playing here at the Super Series. It just gave him an avenue in which to play the sport, which he probably thought at a time when things weren't going great was never going to happen again.
Mike Kuchar, 120.
Warburton might not get a leg if he doesn't take this out. And I think he knows it.
100. Carl, you require 62.
That was his first start to double in the whole game. Maybe the only one he gets.
Because he has been Mr. Dependable on the
22.
outer ring,
Mike,
but double top
20.
goes a begging for the win.
That is a
Game shot
wonderful
in the fourth
dart from
leg,
Warburton.
Mike Warburton.
You might think that first dart was a guide. It really wasn't.
Fifth
That's
leg
why he
is
had to go
Carl,
high.
February 1st. Game on.
So Bachelor throwing to win the match and kicks off
180.
with what is the games and the day's first 180.
Yeah, he wasn't top of the 180 charts yesterday. Only had the
60.
4. The only person who had less than him, though, was Warburton. He only had 3. But a very tidy
96.
group of players yesterday with 33 for the day. That's about par.
But then going back to the point we made about Mike Warburton being the barometer of consistency, he's not somebody we look at in terms of 180 stats and think he's going to be a
96.
big hitter in that department. He does a lot of his damage in terms of two trouble scoring by and large.
Yes, he does. That's probably one of the reasons why
100.
he's that 87 average player. But in 87's not going to win this game. In fact, this might be Bachelor's first ton-plus average
100.
in front of the cameras.
Carl, you require
There's
45.
a potential 11 dart leg to wrap up. Probably will have to get it done in 2 if it's going to be in excess of a ton.
Game
But get
shot.
it done in
And
2
the
he
match,
does.
Carl Bachelor.
An 11 dart leg to wrap up a 4-1 victory against Mike Warburton. What a statement start that was there for Carl Bachelor. That is his first ton-plus average on the live lounge stage. 102.71, 4 from 6 on the doubles. Carl Bachelor is more than here to play. He's beaten Mike Warburton by 4 legs to 1.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Carl Bachelor has made a statement start on this Tuesday morning, getting the better of Mike Warburton by 4 legs to 1, averaging just a shade underneath the 103 mark. Hit 2-1-18, so it's 4 from 6 in terms of his doubling. Next up for us, Nathan Potter and Robert Thornton go head-to-head. Potter, the 22-year-old, who, yes, they picked up 3 wins and 5, whilst Robert Thornton, the only player who didn't get a win on the opening day's worth of action, got better as the day went along, but was still unable to get that solitary success that he was wanting. But the closest he got to winning a game was in this meeting yesterday, where Potter edged it 4-3. Thornton hit 3-1-80s, but missed 9 darts at a double in that contest, whereas Potter was 50% in terms of his finishing in that particular game. Also saw Thornton take out that delightful 99 finish. But for Robert, we know he doesn't play as much competitively now. He plies his trade pretty much exclusively on the exhibition circuit, away from the Super Series. So perhaps no surprise that he's going to be a player that we'll probably see the better stuff from maybe as the week goes along, as he gets a little bit more match sharp again.
Yeah, I think it's a fair statement.
60.
But as the day went on yesterday, we saw a little bit more from Robert. His first 3 games, they weren't great. He didn't get out of the gate at all, and other people did. And he was chasing pretty much until the very end from game 1, and that is stressful. He'll come into today with a different mindset. One of, I'm not chasing anymore. I know what's probably going to happen over the next couple of days. I'm going to go into Group C. So go through the processes, play your 10 games, and learn where you're at. And learn what needs to be fixed in order for you to get to Saturday come Thursday, Friday.
I can tell you one thing. Robert Thornton's spirit hasn't been broken. I had a little chat with him this morning, and he is as chipper as he always is.
Anybody who watches darts these days probably believes that everybody who's been a Hall of Fame style player, which he
45.
is, will probably retire in a lap of luxury.
Nathan, you require 138.
And play the odd exhibition, and that's the way it is. Well, Robert's not like that.
114.
Potter will be back after a very, very good attempt at that 138. Robert's about as humble as they come.
81. Nathan, you
back to
require
that point
24.
in the next leg. Potter looking at double 12. Awkward, has to pick a side, but finds a way underneath brilliantly, leads 1-0. And actually, you make a very good point, because I suppose to a certain extent,
Second leg is
for players like Robert Ford, we've seen it with Kevin
up.
Painter in the past, and Martin Adams as he began to slowly quieten down towards retirement, where I suppose this is kind of the
45.
perfect bridge for a player like Robert Thornton that doesn't want to be going and playing on the ADC Tour, the PDC Challenge Tour, WDF, week in, week out. Doesn't want the rigmarole of the circuit all the time, but
100.
still wants to get their competitive taste buds going. This is the perfect in-between, where you can go and play the stuff on the exhibition circuit, where you can go and enjoy that, but every now and then
41.
you can come into this environment and get a taste of the real stuff.
He's got the freedom of choice now, hasn't he? His pro days are over.
96.
He had a great stint with seniors. But it's important to Robert to still be around
81.
the people that were there for him during the end of the pro days. There are people in his life that really, really care about him. And I think he needs that connection to darts still. It's really important
89.
for sports people, when they do finally walk away from the pro game, to still have that connection. Look at Paul Scholes. When he retired from Manchester United, it was difficult for him. He ended up going
46.
back. And then his transition to retirement was easier the second time round. For dart players, people like Steve Beaton and Robert Thornton, they still need that connection. Or in the case of Russ Bray, retire, but actually don't retire. Just work more.
140. Nathan, you require 98.
Probably here looking at 98 for the break of the 2-0 lead. Double 19. Well, that's perfect. Just to nestle over the
60.
top, but was
Robert, you
unable
require
to
148.
find a way through. So Thornton here looking for another one of them. Gets it, double 14.
120.
And that really would have been right
Nathan, you
royal
require 38.
punishment.
Ooh, he fancied that, didn't he? He gave it the pursed lips. Different approach for Nathan this time.
Game
A
shot.
different
the second
approach that
leg,
works a
Nathan
treat.
Potter.
And it's interesting you mentioned that point you made in the previous leg. And
Third leg is Nathan.
you speak to sports people in other sports,
Game
as
on.
I've been very fortunate to do during my broadcasting career so far. And they say, particularly footballers, that the thing they miss more than anything else is not the competitive edge of battle sometimes, as Potter piles in the game's first 180. It's actually the bits day to day. So it's being on the training ground with the lads, that bit of banter. And for someone like Robert, it's probably as much as spending that time in the practice room, reconnecting with
120.
friends, telling stories, because you know as well as anybody how much he loves to hold court.
It's the ritualistic side. We talked about his ritual of folding his towel and getting everything ready
60.
first thing in the morning. If that isn't needed first thing in the morning anymore, he's got to find something else.
99.
And that's sport. Sport is all routine, isn't it? It's all routine.
This is something that players like Potter and Henry Coates and all of the young stars will find out.
180.
He's fairly nailed on here as Potter to get himself a very big gap between himself and the all-timer.
100. Nathan, you require 81.
By the way, I said all-timer, not old-timer, before anybody ats me.
41.
Tops left after 12 for a 3-0 lead. And you can tell
15. Nathan, you
big
require
difference in this
40.
game, not just in terms of scoreline, but in terms of the facial expressions. Nathan Potter looks as if he's hardly broken sweat so far, whilst for Robert Thornton it feels like a rather forlorn task already. May have for a second
35.
contemplated
Robert,
the
you
bus,
require
but I get the sense because he looked at the scoreboard, he may have just set himself off balance a bit.
Hang on a minute. Oh, he's looking for a vintage shot. He could have taken
134. Nathan, you
148
require
and
5.
167 in this game. And as a result of 2 misses at target, he could be 3-0 down.
Game
And he doesn't
shot
get
the
another
third
chance.
leg, Nathan
So it is
Potter.
3-0 after all.
36
Fourth
visit
leg is
legs have been
Robert
good
to
enough for
31st.
Nathan Potter
Game on.
so far. Put that tongue away, young man.
60.
I'll tell you what I'd like to know. And this is something that can never be measured. But I would still like to know it. What is the heaviest trophy that darts has ever
140.
had?
Oh.
Because I'll tell you one thing. Robert's 2012 UK Open trophy, that was like an anvil. He struggled to lift it.
123.
Well, he's had some heavy trophies in his career. The UK Open, the World Masters weighed a ton.
The Dutch Open one's a funny one. He won the Dutch Open and he couldn't get it home, so he asked
81.
John Walton to drive it back. It was so big.
And then the World Seniors Trophy wasn't exactly lightweight, was it?
140.
No, they're very heavy.
I'll tell you what else is quite heavy, because I've lifted it myself as the ADC Global Championship. Now, before you say anything, I've never won it. I've just lifted the
78.
trophy to present it to the winner a couple of times. It's the closest I'll ever get to a big trophy.
You're never going to win that trophy, Henry, because you're not supposed to touch a trophy unless
42.
you've won it.
I
That's the superstition.
I think it's very safe to say. I think it's very safe to say that I had no chance of winning it in the first place.
And one thing we learned on Saturday is that you can touch the Ryder Cup as well.
100. Robert, you've got 136.
Come on, Robert. You know what makes sense? It
Game
makes all
shot
the
in
sense
fourth
in the
leg,
world.
Robert
His third
Thornton.
crack at a ton plus checkout is very, very good.
Fifth leg is Nathan.
Well, if
to
at
the
first you
reverse.
don't
Game on.
succeed, try again, and eventually you may get what you're looking for, and that's exactly what happened there with the 136 for Robert Thornton.
Look at the difference in
100.
output in this game compared to yesterday's first game. He might be doing exactly what you said, Henry.
95.
Gradually sharpening the weapons as the week goes on, because yesterday in his first game he was not very good. This is a lot better.
100.
Now, Nathan Potter will be beware, because yesterday we did see a few players mount comebacks. And Nathan Potter actually kicked off the day with a
45.
comeback win in game 2. Lost the opener before then getting the better of Mike Warburton in match 4, where he reeled off legs of 13, 14, 14
100.
from 2-1 down to win 4-2.
He started his campaign yesterday with a ton-plus average.
50.
But these two were the only two players yesterday of the 6 that had their highest average in a loss. But there's no shame in averaging nearly 101 and losing.
100.
Admittedly, Potter did lose to the best performance of the day, and that was in round 1.
So it looks like this performance is going to be a winning
62.
performance.
Nathan, you
And
require
he's got
101.
all the time that he could possibly want from this 101 to get the job done, to get it wrapped up. Tops is what he wants. And
shot.
tops is what
And
he
the
gets.
match, Nathan
To wrap it
Potter.
up with a ton topper, Nathan Potter is off the mark on this Tuesday. He gets the better Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 1. It was a steady performance from Nathan Potter, it's fair to say. Robert Thornton tried to mount a comeback charge, but Potter a 4-1 winner. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Nathan Potter got the better of Robert Thornton by 4 legs. So a decent performance that from Nathan, averaged just over the 91 mark. 4 from 12 on the doubles. Wrap things up with a 101 finish. Steady start for Nathan to Tuesday's play. For Jack Aldridge, he was the standout performer on day one, won 4 out of 5. But the only game he lost was to the man in your picture now, van Den Herik. But it did take a ton plus average, near 101 average, to get the better of Aldridge in that match yesterday afternoon. As for Aldridge, from 37 years of age, from Tipton, shall I say, making his second appearance here at the Live Lounge in Port. He had 2 ton plus averages himself, 104.5 to kick things off against Nathan Potter in match 1, and then a 100.2 average and a 4-0 dismantling of Robert Thornton in the middle of the session. And for the duration of the day yesterday,
First leg is Jemai to throw
his
first.
level could have really mixed it
Game
in
on.
pretty much any which arena that he could possibly have wanted to have applied his trade in.
41.
In terms of the numbers for Monday's play,
121.
94.2 was his free dart average over the course of the 5 games. Of course, aided and abetted by those couple of ton topping averages.
40.
But for Jemai, is it fair to say it was a case of he was slowly brewing up to that big performance right at the very end of yesterday's play?
Well, we know the
46.
ingredients that Jemai's got in his locker. But what we've seen from him, not just yesterday, but in a previous campaign, is that he's better as the week progresses.
95.
He's not been someone who's been a rocket out of the gun from a Monday morning. He just figures it out as the week goes on. Having said that, Aldridge was exactly the opposite. His first performance yesterday was delightful. So maybe he'll be better equipped
97.
to play Van Den
Jack
Herik
Yokohama,
today.
154.
He's got 6 of them here to get the opening leg break. He's going to need the full quota of darts.
40.
However, he's not really put a big hole in that. Van Den Herik here, compiling a couple of trebles. This leg may have a different complexion to it, although that makes life a bit awkward. Good recovery.
134. Jack Yokohama, 114.
Well, 57 here's a risk. If you're going to go that route, you've got to have a plan B.
39. Jemai require 94.
Plan B should be 45 bull.
Well, Van Den Herik's not going to start on the ball on the 94, then chase the double-double, unable to get.
54. Jack
So
Yokohama,
Aldridge is going to get a look here at the
75.
75.
This really should have been a little bit lower.
35.
And the same goes
Jemai
for that
require
final dart,
40.
which could be the final dart he throws in this leg.
Double 10 bailed Jemai out a few times
Game shot
yesterday.
the
Does
first
so
leg,
there.
Jemai Van Den Herik.
Tops wasn't really a friend, wasn't really covenanting, but you
Second
speak
leg
about
is
it so
Jack to
much
throw
in terms of
first. Game up.
if you have a primary double you like, you need to have a secondary double that can bail you out when it's not working. And that was exactly what happened with Jemai Van Den Herik
59.
on double 10 yesterday. If his favourite double wasn't going, the one that then backs him up when he has to chase down the ball to double 10, that was going to plan.
Think about James Wade's career.
60.
25 years of going double top, double 10. He's as proficient on 10s as he is on tops.
100.
Arguably better on 10s. How many times do we talk about Christoph Ratajski being a great double 16 player? We never talk about how good he is on double 8 as well, because he doesn't leave
58.
very often. But when he does, he's usually very good at it.
In the words of Rod Studd, double 10 Wade's den.
108.
And what are you going to say about that? That's a rather stunning 180. We've had 4 in our first couple of games. And this one's going into overdrive.
180.
Beginning to really warm up this one.
88.
Aldridge on a 2-darter after 12. And again, Van den Herik being put in a position where on the set-up turn, he's going to have to find a couple of big trebles.
97. Jack, you require
It's
74.
okay, but he would have wanted to have applied more pressure.
It's a slightly awkward single.
Game
And that's a
shot on the
slightly
second
brilliant
leg,
third
Jack
dart.
Aldridge. Third leg
When you
is
have a
Jemai to
really
go
talented
first.
player under the lights on that stage, we don't just want to see them hit 180s because Aldridge has already got a couple. We know he can do that. Yesterday,
97.
he had multiple games where he had maximums. So that's something we know he can do. What we want to see from him over the next few days,
140.
and arguably maybe not on Thursday and Friday, is what does he do with trickier shots like that? Can he find that awkward tops?
60.
Can he find that recovery shot to win a tough leg? They're the kind of standards we're setting for him now because we know what he can do.
100.
I want to know what else he can do.
Such as whether he can ride a unicycle or...
You've gone proper left field with that.
134.
I'm not asking if he can play left wing for Germany. I'm asking if he can hit 101 check out to win a match the way that Nathan Potter did in the previous game. Maybe when he's under the cosh, when it's 3-3. That's what I want to know. We've seen it from Jack Drayton in the previous series. Can you get over the line when someone is gunning for you?
96. Jack, you require
Namely Steve Green was.
127.
He got over the line.
Well, this 127 would be a game changer. Not going to get. So Van den Herik here looking at 114.
Jemai require 114.
Is he going to go the same route? Well, he's going north. Do you know why people have started going
98. Jack, you
for
require
114 down south?
72.
Because there are outs down there, like the 7.
We'll come back to that. 48 left for Aldridge. Tops is what he wants.
32.
Tops goes a bit high.
Jemai requires 16.
So how's Van den Herik on the southwest side of the board?
Northeast.
8.
Broken
Jack, you
compass.
require 40.
So it can navigating all around the board. But it's very much up north.
No score. Jemai, you require 8.
That is something we just did not see from Aldridge yesterday. Predominantly on tops, he was Mr. Reliable.
Game shot in the third leg.
Now he's
Jemai
behind,
Van den
and it
Herik.
feels like Van den Herik is his kryptonite.
Fourth leg is Jack to throw
So when it is
first.
the young
Game
Ducks,
up.
when you go back to the 114, actually, when you think about the way Jemai's darts go in the board, the fact they stand up to attention, you think that 114, maybe Shanghai 19s might be a more favourable play for him, just
140.
on the basis of the fact that everything's down south, and so if when a dart stands up to attention, nothing's obscuring any targets. Whereas if you start up on the 20s and
125.
say the dart goes high, you move across the treble 18 and hit, you might have a little bit of flight in the way of the tops.
Well, let's get this out of the way then, because if you've got 114, you're trying to find the
96.
best route for you. If you start on treble 20, the single 20 and the treble are fine. The shot is still alive. But if you go left or right, it doesn't matter whether it's a 5, a treble 5, a 1, or a treble 1. The shot is dead. If you go 19s, you go 7 or treble 7, the shot's still
57.
alive. So you have a slightly wider target area to keep the shot alive for darts 2 and 3. That's why more people are doing it. But it does come with associated risk.
59.
If you block that 57, you've got an obscured target to leave the outer ring. So the plan B, logically, is to go for the open targets of treble 15 and bull.
Jemai 137.
6 to the 137 to get a break, which you put it 3-1 to the good, and then with the darts to win it in the next.
121.
Perfect setup, leaving double 8 after a dozen.
Yeah, that's about as intricate a 1-2-1 as you'll see.
88.
Aldridge
Jemai
might not be getting off to a
16.
winning start today because Den Herik is playing slightly better than he did in round 1 yesterday.
Game shot in the fourth
Well, that
leg.
13
Jemai
darter
Van Den
is the
Herik.
best of this game so far. Not quite the ton topper in which he produced against
Fifth
Jack
leg is
yesterday,
Jemai to
but
throw
all the
first.
same, it's good enough.
Game on.
And if he reps it up here, it would be back-to-back 4-1 wins against the overnight table topper, who would actually,
43.
as a result of defeat by that margin, would move down to 4th in the league standings.
100.
That's an incredible spot, that, Henry. I didn't even contemplate that. But with Potter winning, with Bachelor winning, and both by severe margins, and it
95.
could even be the same margin for Van Den Herik, it's amazing how quick things can change.
91.
He might have other ideas. 3 legs on the spin, and all of a sudden we're eating our words.
Will it be for the first time? And in terms of
45.
the next round of fixtures, we've got Robert Thornton taking on Carl Bachelor. So that's top versus bottom as things stand. Mike Warburton against Jack Aldridge. And
140.
Jemai Van Den Herik takes on Nathan Potter. And that feels like, regardless, irrespective of the result here, a massive, massive game.
Oh, by the way, it's really nice that
58.
Jemai's put in
Jack
some new
Eurocard
flights
90.
today. Luckily, he didn't leave them in a hamster cage overnight. 84 left. And time on his side.
Probably because he bit them all off watching that penalty shootout last night.
Do you think he stayed up for that?
24.
I don't think he did, but I know of players that probably would. It's not quite the notification you want to wake up to, though, first thing in the morning. Your nation's been knocked out of the World
100.
Cup.
Jack Eurocard
Good luck.
66.
Go play well today.
Oh, no. That is one of the only big mistakes that he's made this week.
26.
Just took his eye off the ball
Jemai
for a
Eurocard
second.
160.
And we'll have to face a match opportunity for Van Den Herik for a third consecutive 4-1 scoreline with the darts.
96. Jack Eurocard
Given a
40.
good chance. But Aldridge
Game
here,
shot
pinning
the
the
fifth
tops.
leg,
Back
Jack
to 3-2,
Aldridge.
and all of a sudden back on throw.
How many times,
Stick leg is
including
Jack
that
to
shot
throw
at tops,
first.
have we
Game
now
on.
seen Aldridge hit tops right in the middle? Not necessarily dead centre, but right down the middle of the line. These are the things we
100.
should really be paying attention to. Some players have got this knack of hitting the middle of the doubles.
$100.
I think sometimes it's a little bit more visually appealing to see doubles hit with this angle of attack. It's very different when you watch someone like Robert
134.
Owen and maybe even Nathan Potter because their darts are going in a very different angle.
But even the greatest player of all time, Phil Taylor.
57.
Trust me, we watched him hit a lot of doubles in the middle. And quite a few in the corner.
And quite a few last dart in hand to cost you a few bob.
57.
Hey, you had your moments against him. You had your couple of moments in the sunlight against the great power.
140.
Not everybody can say that they played against the two greatest players of all time. Some tennis players can say that because they went up against Federer and Djokovic and Nadal.
65.
That's 3. Maybe even add Murray and some others into that. But to be bridging that Taylor-Van Gerwen era, it was a privilege. It's great to see the world's greatest ever
85. Jack Eurocard
plying their trade.
145.
Now that the shot is off, Van Den Herik's got something slightly easier to get this job done.
125.
If he
Jemai
wants to
Eurocard
win 4-2,
119.
119 might have to be found.
Joe 20 for tops, unable to get. And so
55. Jack
Den
Eurocard
Herik, who
20.
led this game by 3 legs to 1, could have that particular advantage surrendered. If Aldridge can find double 5,
10.
that goes high. Match winning
Jemima
chance now for the
requires
Dutchman.
64.
He's just been a little bit vulnerable on the doubles. This is still a big chance.
48.
And that is missed by the finest of
Jack, you require
margins.
10.
Aldridge is still in this game.
So our friend Chris Mason would say he's wired it.
He's got to go. Oh my word, how has
No
he found
score.
that gap?
Jemima requires 16.
He is now 2 from 13 on the doubles for the game. There's your problem.
Game shot.
And Jemima van den Herik
Jemima
finishes
van
the
den Herik.
job off. 50% in terms of his doubling in that game for the young Dutchman, and he gets an opening win on the board. 4-2 in the end, the margin of scoreline. And as you can see, those 11 missed darts and a double for Jack Aldridge, costing him dearly in the end. Van den Herik then running out a full 2 winner. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. First round down on this Tuesday morning. And before the break, Jemima van den Herik got the better of the overnight table topper Jack Aldridge by 4 legs to 2. And that's put Jack now into 4th position in the table. The top 4 players are all on 8 points. It's Bachelor leads the way, 8 points plus 10. Van den Herik in 2nd, 8 points plus 5. Potter in third, 8 points plus 4. And Aldridge in fourth position on 8 points plus 3. So very tight in terms of the legs difference as well. And even tighter in terms of legs won. Bachelor on 22 legs won. Den Herik 19. Potter 20. And Aldridge 19.
It's Robert to throw first. Game on.
This could be bedlam on Tuesday if things carry on the way that they could potentially.
40.
But Robert Thornton wants to add a bit of chaos to the mix because he could play the perpetual role of spoiler in this particular contest and pretty much
45.
throughout the course and duration of the day. Any win he gets, particularly against a top 4, is going to derail somebody else somewhere along the line. And whilst he knows that he realistically isn't going to win the group, what he would take great pleasure in is being a party to a result which stops somebody else from
59.
doing so. And since a slow start to proceedings in Group A, the last 2 or 3 performances, yes, I know he hasn't won, but they've looked more promising.
That's the right word to
21.
use. Especially his first game today, he could have had 3 mammoth checkouts. He did get one of them.
140.
And when we say that he's had 3 chances at ton plus checkouts, we're not talking about 101 or 110 here. We're talking about 136, 167, and 148.
140. Robert, you require 81.
And this is good.
Game shot.
That
the first
is
leg,
better than
Robert
very
Thornton.
And 14 data to kick things off for Robert.
Second leg is Carl to throw first. Game on.
And I think today for him is going to be all about productivity.
140.
Being a better version of himself today than he was yesterday. And you know what? That's sometimes all you need.
66. $140. 46.
That has got some history, that teddy bear. It's been around a while. And it means the world to Robert.
58.
That will be on every darts table he ever plays on.
And for Robert, family is his world.
85. 93.
And just because you find a 14 darter in the first leg, it doesn't mean you're automatically going to get another.
140.
But he is on a finish after 12, just in case Bachelor can't take this out.
Tops it is.
Game shot in the second
So
leg.
14
Carl
dart
Bachelor.
riposte for Bachelor. Level we are. What a piece.
Third
And
leg is
what a
Robert
game
to
this
throw
is beginning
first.
to brew
Game
up
on.
to be. These would be the
45.
types of games Thornton will relish. When he's throwing well and his opponent's throwing back, he's one of them that he likes to get down dirty and scrap in a game.
60.
You make it sound like a mud wrestling match, Henry.
Is that such a thing?
Yes, of course it is. But think about players that you would want to send
41.
into bat for you. At their peak, if you had to choose someone to play darts for
93.
planet Earth, if aliens were coming down from Mars and they said, we're going to take you over unless you can beat us at darts,
83.
and you had to pick 12 players, Robert Thornton's in that team. It's not even up for discussion. He's in that team.
35.
I'm just getting vivid images of a UFO flying down to Earth, ET coming out and saying, I take over your planet unless you beat us at darts.
41.
It's called imagination. There is no life on Mars after all. We know that.
66.
Anyway, he had to phone home to see if he had any teammates available.
E.T. wasn't from Mars.
85.
Where was he from?
Somewhere else.
60.
Well, this one is very much up for debate. Thornton's lost his scoring power a little bit over the last 4 minutes. That's what he's got to get back, and he can't stay on the 20s here.
75.
Yeah, good thinking. He left him on 167 in the previous leg. He was almost on 167 again.
99. Robert,
At
your
least
call,
this way, he
131.
can use tops twice if he wants. But you've got to get there first.
And that might be the only
55.
opportunity
Carl,
he
your call,
gets to
88.
hang on to his throw in this leg. Bachelor here looking at 88 to get the break and open up a 2-1 lead. Double 14.
Game shot in the third leg.
Clean as a
Carl
whistle. His
Bachelor.
combination finishing so far today has been very much on point. Was 4 from 6 on his doubles against Mike Warburton
Fourth leg is
in
Carl
his
to the very
opening
first.
game.
Game on.
And barring a missed dart at the bullseye here and there, pretty much everything on the outer ring correlated for him.
43.
I'm sure there are plenty of people watching this and thinking, never even heard the name Carl Bachelor before
45.
yesterday. You wouldn't be the first people to think that. But you can't not be impressed by what he's doing.
140.
He's a genuinely talented dart player. And when you know his backstory a little bit like we found out this morning, in the words of
58.
Cristiano Ronaldo, he's back. Who knows what this could lead to, eh? There was a time when Andy Hamilton was in the top 10 in the world and he was the number 3 from Stoke
41.
because Adrian Lewis and Phil Taylor were above him in the world rankings. Well, Stoke doesn't punch like it used to in the world darts rankings, but maybe
55.
there are stories to come.
Maybe looking to stoke the flames of a
100.
revival.
167.
Well, this number has been left a lot so far this morning. It's not going to be got this time by
41.
Carl, although he has got the luxury of 6 on this position, but he hasn't cleaned it up at all, has he? Luckily for him,
60.
Thornton still
Carl,
cannot leave himself on a
126.
finish after 5 visits.
He's disappointed with that third dart. He had 2 markers for the 60.
58.
He's still troubleless. Last couple of visits, in fact, the last 3 for Carl have involved no big trebles at all. So he's meandering towards a 3-1 lead here.
85. Carl, you require 68.
He doesn't need a treble here. He just needs a really key double.
$52.
And
Robert,
this
you
is
require
where his
112.
pocket could indeed have Robert's hand in it. Double 16.
96.
Can't find it. That was his
Carl,
one
you
chance
require
to
16.
get level at 2-2.
Or is it?
Game shot in the fourth
He's
leg.
last started
Carl
it. Bachelor leads 3-1. Just as Thornton maybe had fought.
Fifth leg is
He
Robert to
had
the
one more
reverse.
opportunity to bring us back to level terms. So the form now trying to stay in this game.
46.
Bachelor's performance yesterday against Robert was one of those Super Series performances that you hope you've got all the time at least. 89 average, 4 legs,
100.
4 doubles out of 9. Couple of combination finishes. That kind of output in Group A is going to do a lot of damage.
140.
All the while, Robert was starting to get his game together at that point, and he timed every single shot wonderfully and kept Robert at bay.
59.
Easiest way to win a darts match, don't give your opponent opportunities. Simplistically said,
100.
much harder to execute.
Yeah, there's no defense in this game. Or if you're watching for the United States or Canada, there's no defense.
125.
Genuinely, what can you do to defend? It's all attack. It's 100% offense.
Well, it's one of the few sports where you cannot affect what your opponent
100.
does.
Robert, you'll
Well,
go
you can try.
115.
Doesn't mean you're going to succeed.
But you can't physically affect it.
55.
Where on the snooker
Carl,
table, you can hide a ball
117.
somewhere, or football and rugby, you could tackle an opponent, or things like that.
Maybe that's something we should introduce.
57. Robert, you require 60.
Darts as a contact sport. Oh, no, that was close, wasn't it, Rob?
Game shot in the fifth leg. Robert Thornton.
Hang on a minute. Is that the first time he's hit tops in this whole group? Who said
Six
that was
leg
going to
is
happen at
Carl to throw first. Game up.
10:38 on a Tuesday morning? Usually tops is hit by about 9:37. But tops has been a problem the last couple of days.
180.
That's not been a problem for Carl Bachelor. Had two of them in his opening game. First one of this contest.
180.
And that's swiftly followed by Robert Thornton's opening salvo in the maxi department. And all of a sudden, both players are just beginning to go a bit balmy. Well, Thornton's carrying on. And I'm going to say it now.
76.
I'm going to say it now. If Robert Thornton had completed that leg perfectly, that would have been the most out-of-the-blue 9-darter he would have ever seen here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
93.
So which one currently is the most out of blue?
Jasper Scarrett.
180. Carl, you require 128.
Oh boy, that is a big slip. That was for an 18.
52.
Turns out
Robert,
that
you
extra
require
180 from
65.
Robert could have a bearing. It's tops again. And he's getting the
Shot
hang
in
of it.
fifth
It's
leg.
3-3.
Robert Thornton.
And that is a dozen darter.
Seventh and final leg is Robert to throw first.
And Thornton
Game
has the honour, and how everybody else in the practice room will be trying to find Saltire flags right now.
100.
There's probably a few in the Atlantic Ocean.
They're on the same flight as
137.
the Germany supporters.
I'll tell you what, the doubling's been good in this game, hasn't it? 3 from 4 for Robert. 3 from 6
81.
for the man from Stoke. Take a bow, guys. Very, very good.
60.
Robert was in this position yesterday against Nathan Potter, and he couldn't
92.
quite get over the line. He's got the darts. He's got a slender lead. And this is his best opportunity of getting off the mark. And it would be a
58.
welcome win, not just for Robert, but for everybody who was chasing the top spot, because coming into this round, it was Bachelor that was top.
174.
Well, that is the
Robert, you got
perfect setup at the
170.
perfect time. However, Thornton is not going to find the Holy Grail to get this game won. So
81.
Bachelor here
Carl, you
looking
require
at 70 to cling on to this win, you feel. Had to do it the hard way. But he's
Game
got over
shot,
the line.
And the match,
Against
Carl
Robert
Bachelor.
Thornton, still waiting for that elusive opening win in this group. As for Mr. Porky, well, he knows the that was very hard work. Robert Thornton threw everything at him, but Bachelor just about crosses the line in a last leg decider. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Carl Bachelor got the better of Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 3. And so now we see Mike Warburton and Jack Aldridge on the stage. For Jack, he began the day top of the table, but following the first few matches of the session, now finds himself all the way down in 4th. Now a couple of drifts of Carl Bachelor, who leads the standings
First leg
in
is
this
Mike
Group
to go
A.
first.
And it feels like
Game
this
on.
game against Mike Warburton here is must win for the Midlands man, just to keep himself in touch, to keep tabs at the top of the table.
100.
In the words of Clive Dunn, just don't panic. 99.999% of people lose a game in Group A.
23.
Not everybody can be Derek Coulson. And not everybody can do what Boris Krujma did at the end of last week, which is winning his final 15 games in a row.
60.
Well, you mentioned Clive Dunn. Well, Mike Warburton might be feeling another phrase from Dad's arm if he loses this game in terms of his hopes of winning Group A.
125.
We're doomed.
I could quote Captain Mannering, but I'm going to choose not to.
140.
You do get the sense that
140.
Warburton might see Aldridge as a slightly wounded animal in this match. And he's not the kind of person you want to play when you're feeling a little bit vulnerable.
60.
I think the spirit animal of Mike Warburton would be a hyena. Not because he likes to laugh,
65.
but because he's
Mike, you've got
opportunistic.
141. $60. Jack, you've got 148.
That is a lot short of what he was looking for. He's still in bull range. If he doesn't get that treble 19,
100.
Warburton's going to
Mike,
have
you've
to
got
think about the
81.
bullseye.
The bullseye it may be. The bullseye it will be. And the
49.
bullseye not delivered.
Jack, you've got 48.
So Aldridge here will get an opportunity to break the throw right from the start. Double top. Now chasing double 10 and gets the double 10 and gets his nose in
Jack
front.
Aldridge.
There are plenty
Second
of
leg
positives
is
about
Jack,
that first
you
leg.
go first. Game up.
18 darter, okay. He played better than that all day yesterday. However, he's starting on the front foot and he's
134.
also hitting double 10, which caused him problems in that first match of the day.
100.
Do you look at Aldridge right now and think that
86.
if he keeps this form going for the next few months, he's a prime candidate for a tour card in January?
Potentially, and I think he's the type of player that could lay low under the radar, but I think we've got enough
85.
evidence as to how Q-School pans out now that you've got one or two players that you expect to get tour cards, and
57.
when you look at some of the players that are due to drop off tour at the end of this year, there's going to be a lot of very good players looking to retain. Potentially the likes of Robert Owen, potentially the likes of Dow Pilgrim, potentially the likes of Wesley
59.
Plazier. It's going to be very difficult next year, I think, to go and get a card. Perhaps in terms of caliber players we're going to see go to Q School, as tough as it has been
140.
for a number of years.
And let's put this into some sort of perspective, and very quickly, because Aldridge is about to go for a 2-0 lead. After 54 games on the
100.
Challenge
Jack
Tour this
Gilbert,
year,
84.
Aldridge is averaging 91.94. Who's averaging more than that? Nobody.
$34.
Well, that's about as clean as a
Mike,
bounce
you've
out
got
as you will see or hear.
157.
Will be unable to rub his nose in it, so we'll be back for the 50 to
100. Jack
double his
Gilbert,
lead.
50.
double top it is.
40.
Oh, he hasn't found double
Mike
10 this
Uruguay,
time.
57.
And this is an open goal for Warburton. Can he find 10s?
47. Jack, you
He's
require 10.
mystified.
Game shot in the second leg.
That man
Jack
is very
Aldridge.
pleased that he's able to get over the line this time in 7 visits.
Third leg is Mike
Yeah,
to the
just
first.
to go
Game
back
up.
on those average stats, Aldridge just short of 92 for over 50 games on the Challenge Tour. That's really impressive. If he were
100.
averaging the same amount on the Pro Tour this year,
81.
he would be ahead of Darius Labanauskas and very close to the top 50. He'd be doing something akin to what David Sharp's been doing. Now, David's had a pretty decent season
100.
after getting his tour card in January. But the people behind Jack, in
124.
those average rankings, Derek Coulson, and Graham Hall. Two of the best players that come here.
Mixing it with the very best at this
100.
level.
I don't know why I said Tom. I think I've got Tom Sykes on the brain today. After making the semi-finals in Bratislava.
84.
Played some very good stuff as well, did the Castleford Tiger.
Didn't he just? His biggest problem is actually getting to European Tour events. Playing them, he's usually all right.
Yeah, dictionary definition
60.
of a stage player as opposed to a floor player, which we kind of saw really here in comparison to what we did on the Challenge Tour last season.
Isn't that what this place teaches you?
123.
It teaches you how to be a stage player. It doesn't teach you how to be a floor player. They're two very different things.
But it's probably when Warby spent a lot of time in the previous studio in Southampton, it probably taught him how to be a
59.
better
Jack,
floor
you
player when he
require
was getting
89.
call-ups to the Pro Tour, etc.
So that 7 leaves him what Warburton has. He's not had much joy in that treble 14. He's gone for it a couple of
33.
times now, and he's
Mike,
missed
you
it
got
by
82.
a little bit of distance. Can Warburton finally make Aldridge pay? I think he was forced into doing something he didn't want to do there.
46.
He's
Jack,
not
you got
noted as a
56.
double-double kind of guy.
Tops.
Game shot
Well,
the
that
third
time-
leg, Jack Aldridge.
That double was found.
Fourth leg is Jack
He's
to
had
throw
some
first.
troubles on
Game on.
tops, but not that time. Aldridge with a double break opens up a 3-0 lead and now has the darts to hit for home.
96.
If I mention this next factoid to you, Henry, is this where you're going to go, I know this?
Yes, I know this and I don't even know what you're about to say.
It's a bit presumptuous, isn't it?
81.
What's the square root of 1.1 million? See, you didn't know, did you? What I was really going to say was Aldridge is a very, very famous name in sport, isn't it? Because of a certain Irish international.
100.
And John Aldridge, who played for Liverpool in the 1980s, he did something that had never been done before in the 1988 FA Cup final. He missed a penalty.
100.
Dave Bassett, the goalkeeper for Wimbledon?
Dave Besant.
Besant even.
You've got England managers on the
98.
brain, haven't you?
Mike Bassett.
Yeah, exactly.
4-4-2.
Aldridge would take 4-2, but he might get something better.
140.
He might just get it as well. What a wonderful
171.
approach that is from Aldridge. He's going to get match darts. This would be the wonderful bounce back that he wanted at the start of the match. The ideal scoreline is always going to be 4-0.
100.
And that may be
Jack
exactly
Require
what he
36.
gets.
It's going to help his legs difference, which has been battered courtesy of a couple of heavy defeats to Jamal van den Herik as well. However, he has presented Warburton with
32.
an opportunity
Mike
just
Require
to
80.
keep his floating hopes alive. And he's going to get 2 in hand at double 10 to keep us going.
Game
he's clinging
shot the
on.
fourth leg, Mike Warburton.
And while there's still a contest, there's still hope. And
Fifth
that
leg
will
is
be what
Mike to
Warby
the
will be
reverse.
drawn to right
Game
now.
on.
Needless to say,
100.
Aldridge will know this, but maybe not the exact numbers at hand. But 5 from 22 on the doubles today.
125.
After 2 rounds yesterday, Aldridge was 8 from 15. He was way better off.
140.
Not that you would know it, because his demeanour has not changed.
99.
It's almost as if 100 years ago, Salvador Dali painted him, and it hasn't been touched since. He's got 1 game face, and that's it. He didn't even flicker yesterday.
45.
Yeah, a match between him and Sam Spivey could be the first televised match you could play on the radio because you wouldn't see any kind of facial emotion between them and you just hear the referee call the scores out.
You're not wrong. Maybe that's part and parcel of this new modern dart player. They don't give away as much.
60.
Jack Elizabeth like that.
143.
He really is. He can hold his emotions in, but he's got flair and excitement and stuff, but he's still very level-headed.
I feel there's two extremes now. You've got
103.
between that
Michael got 156.
show nothing or show everything. Show a bit too much to your opponent. Warburton is going to find the 156, so Aldridge here is going to have 3 in hand at double top
100. Jack, you
to
require
get himself
40.
back on track. He won his first 4 yesterday, but has been defeated at each of his previous 2. And so this is to stop a mini rot.
30.
Well,
Mike, you require
opportunity
56.
comes and goes. Warburton is clinging onto the cliff edge here, but still got a hope.
Game
And look
shot
at
the
that,
fifth
that's
leg,
killer.
Mike Warburton. Sixth leg
If
is
your
Jack,
opponent
so throw
keeps
first.
missing, your
Game up.
responsibility is to be on a shot to take advantage, and Mike has done that. The treble 20 is not the problem for
140.
Aldridge. The problem today, it has been a myriad of doubles. Double 18, double 9, tops, 10s.
60.
3 from 13 on the doubles in this game. 2 from 13 on the outer ring in his full 2 defeat to Jemai van Den Herik.
97.
You remember how many times he left double 12 yesterday, right? And he was hitting it quite a lot. He hasn't left it today once.
Yeah, 26 darts at a double and just
125.
5 converted so far for the day.
$121.
What an era we live in when we can say 121 is okay. And yet again,
100.
Warburton
Jack,
is
you require
chasing because his
143.
opponent is scoring heavier. Sorry.
93.
Well, this, to bring it to a close, a game which he should have wrapped up 4-0, definitely should have wrapped up 4-1.
100. Jack, you require 50.
But to eventually bring it to an end 4-2, double 16, change of MO,
34.
but not a change of
require
outcome for
116.
Aldridge.
Aldridge through first in this leg. If Warburton takes this out, he's favourite. But he can't snaffle that. I didn't see much confidence from
60.
Aldridge on double
Jack, you
16.
require
Let's see if double 8's any
16.
different.
To finally claw over the line,
Game
to
shot.
eventually
And the
cross the
man's Jack
finish.
Aldridge.
And my word, is he a relieved man, because there probably was a bit of a panic there as he headed down to double 2. But for the first time in 3 games, he does pick up 2 points. Mike Warburton was just beginning to make life uncomfortable, but Jack Aldridge eventually crosses the line. He wins by 4 legs to 2. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jack Aldridge got the better of Mike Warburton by 4 legs to 2. That moves it back up into second place, level on points with Carl Bachelor at the top of the table. And the winner of this game between Den Herik and Nathan Potter will also be guaranteed to be on 10 points following 2 rounds of matches and guaranteed to very much be in the mix. The loser isn't out of it, but they will give themselves a little bit of hard work to do. Probably have to win their remaining 3 to really keep themselves in touch with the table toppers going into Wednesday's culminating Group A session. As for Jamai, he kicked off his day with a 4-2 win over Jack Aldridge. Average 84.24, 4 for 9 on the doubles. Wise for Nathan Potter, it felt like a really calm, professional job done against Robert Thornton. 4-1 winner, average just over 91, 4 from 12 on the doubles, couple of 180s, and the ton plus check out the finish, and kind of dealt with Robert Thornton the way that he needed to deal with Robert Thornton.
That was the kind of performance that we didn't get from Nathan yesterday.
100.
It was steady. That's the kind of performance that he believes he should put in when he's had, let's say, 15 minutes of practice. He can go out and do that.
45.
But in order to find just a little bit more, he might need an extra game or 2. But if you may pay
100.
a bit of homage to Jack Aldridge, by the way, he had an 88 flat average in the previous match and he missed 15 darts at a double. So what could that have been?
100.
When we attribute that sentence to a player, what could it have been? There are possibilities with some of these players.
59.
I think one of them is Potter. What could he possibly do this week? What level could he attain?
105. Nathan,
Even
you're
though he's been around the block a while, I
142.
feel like he's still learning as much as we're learning about him at this present moment in time. As he looks at the 1-4-2 to get things started. Double 11.
120. Jamai require 167.
Double 11's never going to be his favourite. He's throwing across the line of his eyes. It leans to the right. What about this?
127.
Second time today we've seen somebody miss the
Nathan, you require
bullseye but hit a number
22.
that leaves a double. Let's see if he can adjust. Notice
No
how his
score.
tendency when the
Jamai, you
dart goes through the
require
air is to
40.
go to the left at the end. That makes the left-hand side of the board very hard for him to hit.
Already, big opportunity for Den
Game
Herik.
shot in the first
He
stage. Jamai
finds an
Den Herik.
opening leg break.
Second leg is Jamai to throw first. Gamer.
I'm going to ask this question, and I've asked it to other people, and they didn't have an answer to it. Why is the Netherlands the tallest country on earth?
60.
What is it about that country that allows people to grow to the tallest on this planet? It must be environmental.
I've
45.
got no idea. I'm going to bow down to your superior knowledge on this one.
Well, it's a country that is predominantly underwater.
97.
It's incredibly flat. How can that have a bearing on people's height? Is it diet?
125.
Is it evolutionary? But they are the tallest people on the planet. So when you meet someone that you've never met before and they're from the Netherlands, don't be surprised if they're 6'5".
58.
So I've typed into a very popular search engine,
100.
Nico, that exact question. And according to
60.
the overview, the Dutch are the tallest people in the world due to a combination of excellent environmental conditions, natural selection and dietary habits. Interestingly, 150 years ago, the Dutch were amongst the shortest people in
47.
Europe. Their rapid growth growth is attributed to the following. So dietary habits, healthcare, and welfare. The Netherlands actually, they have the world-leading healthcare. Low income
134.
inequality, robust social safety nets, which means that children grow up free of diseases or nutritional deficiencies that can stunt growth.
136.
That's really
Jamaica
interesting.
require 92.
There's other genetic things which we will move on from. As Den Herik looks at 92, looks at double-double.
74. Nathan, you require
Good try.
48.
What does Potter choose? Well, was it for the 16?
32.
I think it was because he was leaving
Jamaica
double 16
require
yesterday.
18.
Well, he might be left on 0 legs if Den Herik has got anything to do with it. And Potter's demeanour has changed.
Game shot in the second leg.
Look at the
Jamai van den
angle of
Herik.
those darts in the board. We don't often say
Third
this,
leg is
but
Nathan
you know
to
how
the
some people
reverse.
say their pets
No.
look like the owners? Well, what about if the darts look like the player? The darts that Van den Herik actually uses look like him.
95.
Blue and tall.
And I must say that
140.
Van den Herik down either side of the board has been very efficient. Double 8 and double 10 have been two big A's, two big friends to him so far this morning.
His
58.
throw is very linear. The address position on the left-hand side, he draws the arm straight up the line and straight down the line with the follow-through. It's extremely linear.
100.
Right elbow's in a very good position throughout the throw. It's not the case for every player. Some people have got tendencies. They've got cross dominance with the eyes.
100.
Van den Herik is all about right eye dominance and straight down the line.
$81. $60.
6 on the 180 to get the double break and a 3-0 lead.
100.
Maybe disappointed with that third dart when that one that had already landed in the 60 just flopped down a little bit. He had a catchment area between those two darts and he just missed out,
140. Jamaica require 80.
making this chance for 3-0 just a little trickier than it could have been.
Got to be careful of the catch. That's why he went high.
40.
But then
Nathan,
because he
you
went
require
high,
48.
he had no target area on the tops.
It's the 8 this time.
38.
Oh, nothing is going right for Potter.
Jamaica
He's going to the well
require
and somebody's
40.
moved it.
Double 10. This time doesn't
No
come to
score.
his aid.
Nathan,
And
you
this
require
time, Nathan Potter gets a reprieve. But this time, he cannot fluff his lines.
10. Game
And
shot in
this
the third
time he
leg,
doesn't.
Nathan Potter.
He has been handed one almighty
Fourth
lifeline
leg is
there.
Jamai to throw first. Game on.
On our graphic at the start of the day, it said that Nathan Potter's from Wyndham, which is the hometown of James Hubbard,
51.
who's a very famous World Youth Champion and Norwich City fan. Fair to say that this man originally from Beccles,
60.
if he were a Norwich City fan, he would not be wearing that shirt, because they are the colours of their biggest rivals.
What, Ipswich Town?
100.
Well done, Captain Obvious.
Well, for those viewers that are joining us from further afield that may not know about the great East Anglian rivalry that the whole world
60.
seemingly knows about.
I was working up to it. You see that from a lot of dart players. They've got something with them or something they're wearing that
41.
represents either who they are or what they support. It could be children's names. It could be a football team. It could be where they're
95.
from. Isn't it great that they have the ability to personalise things the way they can, so they can represent themselves so boldly. Wasn't always the
99.
case.
Well, we saw Tyler Ford, didn't we, in the canary yellow when he played here at the Live Lounge. Must say they do some of the best
140.
food at any football ground in the country, does Carrow Road.
Are you surprised? That club's partly owned by Delia Smith.
100. Nathan, you call 146.
Chance for 2-2 when in fact he could have been staring at 3-0.
Well, this present moment in
46.
time, Nathan
Jemima
Potter's
Cole,
thinking,
110.
where are you? Den Herik's thinking, let's be having you. Triple 18 for the double.
Game
3-1 it
shot
is.
for Jemima Den Herik.
And that feels like a significant passage in play because
His leg
Potter
is
got given the
Nathan to the
reprieve in the
reverse.
previous
Game
leg,
on.
was then unable to kick on, and Den Herik has re-established the two-leg gap.
Well, if I may say so, Henry, this is a very similar game to yesterday.
60.
I'm not entirely sure that this fixture has a great deal of chemistry. You know when we see certain games and it just goes off?
140.
With all due respect to this match, it's been decent. But compared to some of the other fixtures that we've seen so far this week, this
100.
one's a bit lukewarm. It's not hot. Yesterday, Den Herik lost 4-2 and they both averaged under 80. There's a risk of that happening again.
57.
Stop-start. And I think because they both played to a similar pace, but that pace not being either quick or slow,
140.
I don't think either are able to establish a rhythm.
Yeah, there are going to be some players that you just don't like playing because the speed they play is not to your
57.
liking. You've got to adapt to that or you will perish. I actually think that
43.
Potter plays at a really nice rhythm. He gives you enough space to be as quick or as slow as you want. And in the background, he knows how to burn time before his next visit. And when he's on the hockey, he's incredibly rhythmic.
100. Nathan, you call 158.
Another. Well, Jemima Den Herik's been hit by that finish once this week. It's not going to
92.
happen for a
Jemima
second
call
time.
147.
But this 147 is to bring this game to a close, to put him onto 10 points, and to put himself hot on the heels of Carl Bachelor at the top of the table. Not to be, so
65.
Potter
Nathan,
gets
you'll
one
call
last
66.
opportunity to save it.
He's looking for the hurdle.
26.
He's got over the hurdle,
Jemima require 82.
but he might still be beaten as Den Herik gets his first chance, first realistic chance of winning this fixture and remaining
62.
undefeated.
Nathan,
But
you
he'll have to
require
wait for another
40.
opportunity if indeed he gets one.
Well, that wasn't close.
Game shot in the fifth
He's
leg,
done well to
Nathan
find
Potter.
that because the first two felt very nervy. He's kept himself in the
Six-legged
contest,
Jemima
but
to go
just.
first.
However, this is the problematic leg for
Game
Potter
up.
because this is the leg where Den Herik has the darts to get it wrapped up.
Yeah, and if he does hold,
140.
he goes to 10 points and leaves Nathan Potter on 8.
$180.
All of a sudden, a lukewarm game has gone white hot.
180.
What on earth has happened in the last 30 seconds? Trevor is
100.
being butchered.
Like London buses, you wait forever to see one in this
39.
game and then you see two at once.
And then just like that, we're back to where we were.
100.
That's a key
Jamai
shot.
require 142.
All he needs is Van Den Herik to miss dart 1 or dart 2 or dart 3 for that matter. And he's got the realistic chance of making
64.
it 3-3.
Nathan, you require 121.
And the possibility of leaving Van Den Herik in 4th position in the table is still alive. But it's all on the 51 and ball.
57. Jamai requires 78.
All he can do now is stand in the background and hope. But judging by that facial expression, there's not a lot of hope on the face of Nathan Potter. He expects Van Den Herik to get this done, to get this wrapped up right here, right now.
38. Nathan, you require 64.
He's being handed opportunities. He's missed 11 darts at a double in this game, Nathan Potter. To a certain extent, he's been the architect of his own downfall in this game.
Game
However,
shot
he's
sick
found that
leg,
one.
Nathan Potter.
And to his credit, he's clawed his way back from 3-1 behind to take us to a last leg decider.
That did not go in the section of double 16 he was aiming for. I think that was quite a fortunate shot. But take it and run. It was the best leg of the match so far.
100.
Imagine if he betters it. If he's in 5-visit range, he's forcing Van Den Herik to have a 12 darter to take the points. If he gets a 12, he wins the match.
134.
That we do know.
$60.
He's put his foot to the floor at the perfect time as Nathan Potter. However, that trebleless score there is just giving Van Den Herik some kind of hope. And this one will hurt Jamai
45.
if he squanders the lead in the position he was in this game.
Yeah, remember that he had a shot for 3-0.
100.
To leave a finish here, you've got to have 3 trebles. 3 of them. 2 is not enough.
100. Nathan, you call 161.
He's got 6 of the 161, but he hasn't quite put the hole in he would have liked. And so Van Den Herik here with 2 treble score can leave himself on a 2 darter first.
Yeah, get to 82 here. Or better.
140.
82
Nathan,
is a
you call
good
120.
leave. Potter's best finish has just been found. He's not going to double it.
100. Jamai require 82.
In fact, he might be the disappointed one after all.
Well, what a crazy game, which is seesawed one way for a long time in the favour of Van Den Herik, and the scales just looked as if it was tipping back towards Nathan Potter. But Van Den Herik here has to somehow find a way, and even Nathan Potter's getting out of the way of this bullseye attempt.
He wants to have a look to see if this is going to go in from the angle.
39.
There's your problem. He's tall, but in order to see that bullseye, he needed to be on some sort of bungee cord.
Nathan, you require 20.
He needed to be Jimmy Van Schie on a step ladder as Potter looks at double 10. And Van Den Herik now unable to look. Because he knows that
12.
he could have blown a big opportunity, but it's Nathan Potter who's spurt free in hand.
Jamai, you require
Well, we have
43.
a rather old phrase in this sport, and it's very apt for this game. Somebody pass the milk, because somebody's about to get milky. We've just seen darts missed for the match.
Van Den Herik.
And Van Den Herik somehow gets across the line. It's all still very congested towards the top. But if you want to know how he's feeling, just look at what he's just done as he leaves the stage. He wins by 4 legs to 3 in a game that could have been almost anything.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed 2 rounds worth of action on this Tuesday morning. And before the break, we saw Den Herik get the better. Nathan Potter by 4 legs to 3. So in terms of the league table, we've got 3 players tied at the top on 10 points. Carl Bachelor's had the best start of anybody, had the best performance of the day. Kicked off an average just under 103 against Mike Warburton. He's 2 from 2. Den Herik, he's also 2 from 2. Jack Aldridge has won 1, lost 1 today. Nathan Potter in a similar position. And so it feels like the top 4 are going to be realistically in touch in terms of winning the table, with Warburton and Thornton now adrift. They look like they're going to be having their mini battle to see who's going to finish 5th or 6th. And we're going to see Thornton in action now as he takes on Jack Aldridge. Another chance for Jack to re-establish the lead that he had at the beginning of the day in the Group A table. First out to bat in this round of fixtures, and actually the way that the games go, with Aldridge, Bachelor and Den Herik avoiding one another, there's an opportunity they can create a real gap between themselves and the bottom 3, which would mean that if Nathan Potter was to lose against Carl Bachelor in a few moments' time, then he'd be 4 points behind, and all of a sudden he goes from chasing the win of the group to then possibly finding himself locked into a battle to try and avoid Group C. But for Jack Aldridge, he's looking to head back to a position he's found himself in for the most part of this group, and that's at the summit.
I might have found something that makes this game even more important for Aldridge.
First leg is Jack to
Got
throw
nothing
first.
to do with yesterday because
Game up.
he was exceptional against Robert. But only 2 times has Aldridge got the darts today, and this is the first time.
120.
This is the start of round 3. He hasn't had the darts all day. But he's got them in this match and his last game against Nathan Potter.
140.
On paper, this is supposed to be a harder day for Jack than yesterday because he's got the darts less. And it already has
60.
proven to be a tougher day. But is it anything to do with the throw? I don't think it is. I think it's more to do with the doubling.
83.
Yeah, because so far today for Aldridge, 2 from 13 against Den Herik and 4 from 17
58.
against Mike Warburton. And so you don't need to be an Einstein-esque mathematician to work out that that's 6 from 30 in terms of
100.
his performance on the outer ring.
$135.
Having said that, even though there was trouble against Warburton in the previous round, he still won. Still won with an 88 average, having missed 15 darts at a double.
41. Jack require 128.
The raw ingredients are still really good. The finished product is just a bit sketchy.
38. Robert, you require 137.
137 here for Thornton, not going to get, so Aldridge returning for 90. Should get at least a dart at the bullseye to
77. Jack, you require
hang on
90.
to his throw in this opening leg. Well, that was a risky play.
54.
My
Robert, you
word,
require
did he roll the
60.
dice there.
He got snake eyes as well.
Game shot in the first
And
leg.
Robert Thornton
Robert
has
Thornton.
topped out. So why would he do that?
Second leg is Robert.
If
to
Michael
throw
Van
first.
Gerwen does that,
Game
you
up.
think, well, it's just Michael. 18, double 18, double 18. It's just part of his makeup. But at this level,
96.
I've seen some shots over the last couple of weeks that have really made me scratch my scalp. One of them is 79,
57.
and multiple people going for treble 17, double 14. It makes no sense. If you get it in 2, you're a genius. If you get a single 17, you leave
180.
62. And look what Robert's doing now.
100.
Yeah, I feel like that might be the waving of a red rag to a bull there. Because Robert's
90.
very old school. He'll see something like that almost as a sign that's bordering on disrespect. And he'll now want to try and hammer home a bit of a point.
140.
Yeah, possibly, but does Robert look at it like that anymore? We're talking about a guy who's beaten Michael Van Gerwen and Phil Taylor in major
93.
finals. Major ranking finals. I mean, who can honestly put their hand up and say they've done that? That is a small
100.
list of
Robert, you
people.
require 42. Game shot in the second leg.
2-0
Robert
Thornton.
Thornton.
I'm trying to work out if anybody...
The
Rob
leg is Jack to throw
Cross?
first. Game on.
possibly would have beat Taylor in the World Final. Would he have beaten MVG to one of his Europeans?
42.
He beat Price in the first one. Gary Anderson?
That was what I was thinking, but his
100.
2 World Finals were Phil and 80. Would he have beaten him at Minehead to win the Players?
That was
140.
In 2014. Because 2018 he beat Suljevic to win the match play. 2011 Premier League was AD Lewis.
140.
And I'm sure 2015...
I've opened a proper can of
You
worms here,
really,
haven't I?
really have. This is better than any tungsten teas I've ever done.
What we do know is that Robert has.
Yes, yes.
80. $93.
Can't park there, sir.
91. $100. Robert, you require 90.
Double 15.
75.
Oh, the Cardinals
Jack,
sin
you
of
require
outside then
82.
inside. Not the first time today that Aldridge has been on 82. Tops has been a bit up and down. And now it's a bit
44.
right
Robert, you require
instead of
15.
left. What a chance this is. This is for a break of throw as well.
7. Jack, you require 38.
So let's try something different.
Game
Double
shot in the
19
third
seems to
leg,
work.
Jack Aldridge.
Not that you're going to leave that on purpose all of the time, but it does give him his first leg in this contest.
Fourth leg is Robert to throw first. Game
So
on.
Gary Anderson has beaten Michael Van Gerwen and Phil Taylor in major finals because he's beaten Taylor in a World Final and MVG in a Premier League final.
140.
So we can add him to that small list. Raymond van Barneveld, World Final and Grand Slam final.
Correct.
100.
And Premier League final as well, if I remember rightly, 2014. And Rob Cross, who actually kind of gets a run-up because he did them both
121.
in ranking events because he beat Phil in the World Final and beat Michael in the 2021 European Final.
180.
So what we're saying is it's a very, very small list.
I genuinely cannot think of any others. But you got to think of players who won 2 majors to begin with.
Well, Peter Wright didn't beat Phil Taylor in a
100.
major final. He tried at Blackpool and failed.
$96.
Gezi was winning majors too
What we
late
call
to be in the Taylor
140.
era, so no, that would probably be the end of a rather short and inexhaustive list.
What we're trying to get at here is for anybody getting into the sport in the last couple of years, they might
82. Jack,
not
you're
understand just how
125.
great Robert was. Oh, my word. Bounce outs are very rare these days, but he's had a couple of
26.
dingers today.
Robert, you require
There's a
58.
bounce out, more squash shot.
Game
Oh, look
shot in
at
the
that.
fourth
Look
leg,
at
Robert
that.
Thornton.
He didn't go for the middle of the bed, he went for the marker.
Fifth leg is Jack to throw first.
Well, that
Game on.
literally came off the wire.
Well, there's a lesson for everybody. It's not the bounce out, by the way. They happen.
140.
But on that top shot, he's dragged his first shot high and left. His first instinct as a dart player is to go for the flight of the previous shot to go down the barrel, and boy, was it a good shot. And he's followed it up with a maximum. For the first time this week, Robert Thornton is averaging plus 90.
63.
And you know what Aldridge is thinking right now? Why me? Why are you finding your best game against me?
40.
I don't think it's him personally. I think it's the timing of it. As he gets more reps, he gets sharper and sharper.
100.
Everything that we mentioned this morning, the fact that he hasn't played much, he's been playing trade more on the exhibition circuit. In terms of proper competitive
45.
play, there's next to nil so far this year. But what's it they say about boxing?
96.
The last thing a fighter loses is the ability to punch.
What's the one thing you don't miss? Being punched.
96. Jack, you require 102.
He's finding himself on that bullseye shot quite a lot. And if I may say so, he's
39.
finding himself
Robert,
on
you require
82 a lot,
140.
which isn't that common. Is he leaving tops again?
45.
He is not.
Jack,
He's
you require
drifted
63.
again, just like a previous visit in this leg.
2 trials, a 3-2. Ironically, that time he could have done with that bouncing out the board.
Game shot in the
That
fifth
was rather
leg,
precarious,
Jack
but that was rather
Aldridge.
delightful. Just keeps
Sixth leg
himself
is
afloat
Robert to
in
throw
this game.
first.
Thornton
Game on.
with the darts here to wrap it up.
Do you know what? That
93.
year that Gary Anderson did win the Premier League, one of the two, he shouldn't have even been in the final.
85.
Dave Chisnell had him on toast. And Gary ended up pinching the game by 10 legs to 9 in a vociferous atmosphere, by the way. And then Gary went up by about 5%
40.
in the final and beat Van Gerwen with a 105 average.
Was that the year Chizzy won the league phase, or should have won the league phase?
96.
He should have, but Michael Van Gerwen did.
It was the first year that Phil Taylor didn't qualify for the playoffs, 2015.
Look at the players that didn't qualify for the playoffs that
45.
year. Phil Taylor, Adrian Lewis, James Wade, Stephen Bunting, Peter Wright and Kim Huybrechts.
Well, that was the year that Thornton was omitted, wasn't it, for the Premier League? Played a
41.
couple of years before, omitted that year, then got back in having won the Grand Prix.
Oh, largely forgotten. Robert Thornton, Premier League player. There's another thing.
40.
And not just the once either.
Multiple occasions. Although there is one moment when he played Premier League darts he'd rather want to forget.
125.
Yeah, the time where he turned his ankle. I think he styled it out pretty well.
Only Robert could start it out the way that he did.
59. Jack, you require 154.
The unfortunate thing is, if he's not careful, he might not style this one out. This is getting a little bit risky. The average has dropped by about 5 points in the last 5 minutes.
40. $125. Jack, you
That,
require
all
114.
things considered, is a really classy visit. Double 19 to complete the Shanghai
Game shot in the
19s
sixth
to take
leg,
us all the
Jack
way.
Aldridge.
He is keeping his neck just about above
Seventh and
water,
final
but now
leg
he
is
has an
Jack to play
opportunity
first.
to really pounce
Game
with
on.
the darts in hand to win for free. And Robert Thornton again is going to the world. Can he this time find a penny of gold?
45.
Well, this is what I'm talking about when it comes to having the darts today, because how many times will Aldridge have the darts if it goes the distance? It's not just about having them at the start of
100.
the game, it's about having them at the end. Maximum of 2 times he can have the darts if it goes the
45.
distance today. He's got to make the most of this.
140.
Thornton is hunting him.
And you know what? You can understand the anguish. You really can understand the anguish on the face of Robert Thornton.
100.
Yeah, because he hasn't won yet.
And he's constantly knocking on the door. At least today, he's been constantly knocking on the door of that elusive win.
55.
Depriving Robert Thornton of victories is like depriving a panda bear of bamboo. Something bad's going to happen.
59. $100.
He's got a shot. And what's more, just to emphasize the point of having the darts only twice today, so has Robert.
83. Robert, you recall 106.
He's already lost when he's thrown once. First today. Can he get it back?
Game shot.
Finally,
And the match,
Robert Thornton gets that elusive win, and in some style has he got it with a ton topper, and that could be really damaging to Jack Aldridge's hopes of winning this group. But Robert Thornton has been knocking on the door, threatening that first win, and eventually he has got it wrapped up by getting the better of Jack Aldridge by a 4-3 scoreline. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Robert Thornton got the better of Jack Aldridge by 4 legs to 3. His first win of the week, sealed with a 106 finish. And you could see the relief on Robert's face as he got over the line in that one. Means a lot to Robert. And look, I know he's someone that you spent a lot of time with on the professional circuit, sat on tables with him at the Pro Tour over a number of years, shared big stages with him over many years. And he's somebody, if I said the phrase pro's pro, I think that would be very much how a lot of people describe Warburton, because he's just so well loved, revered and respected by his peers.
That's exactly what he is. He is a professional's professional.
First egg is
And I can say
Carl
hand
to
on
throw
heart,
first. Game
I
on.
wouldn't have had my career if it wasn't for Robert. 2 players, maybe 3, defined my entire career. Robert Thornton,
100.
Wes Newton and Phil Taylor. Very simple.
$100.
And that in itself is a privilege. It is a privilege that some of these players could have in the future.
59.
You've got to earn your way to get there. Put yourself in the shop window. Give yourself opportunities against the greats. This is all part of the ladder now. It's part of the blueprint.
60.
Well, Nathan Potter's looking to join his good pal, Charlie
55.
Manby, on tour next year. And actually, interesting, I was speaking to him earlier on today, and he's decided to give this a proper go because he's now on the Pro Tour, he's doing other things. He's decided to
100.
give up the day job. Darts is the full-time occupation at the moment.
Yeah, that seems to be how things are working these days. I remember when
100.
Owen Bates went to the Pro Tour first, and then Crabtree followed him a year after. We are starting to see that a little bit more from the younger crop. That they wouldn't mind getting there together with somebody else, so they've got
85.
someone to travel with. I don't think anybody would be surprised if Nathan was to make it to the Pro Tour next season.
78. Nathan, you call 156.
He's certainly drifting in that direction, isn't he? So you're going to be drifting his way into a one-leg lead. The 156 isn't going to go. Bachelor will have to be
140.
9 on word perfect
Carl,
with
you
this
call
109.
109.
Triple 19 for double 16. Unable to get, so Potter free in hand, a double 8 for the break.
Nathan, you require 16.
I said the left side is not his
Game
preferred
shot in the
side,
first
but he can
leg,
still find it.
Nathan Potter.
Yesterday I did mention as well, in relation to
Second leg is
Mr.
Nathan
Porky,
to the
who's wearing
reverse.
blue
Game on.
today, instead of a very vibrant pink. He seems to be regressing in points. Yesterday was 6 points, today's 5. What's he
140.
going to wear? Tomorrow, brown?
Incidentally, is this a colour-coded day? Because everybody's seemingly wearing
97.
blue.
Yeah, it's Blues Day.
Hey.
Yeah, but I was giving Bachelor the build-up yesterday. He
140.
reminds me of Tom Bissell a little bit. Someone who has not played here at the Modus Super Series, but somewhat unexpectedly, 18 months ago, got a tour card. And he's played some good stuff this year.
180.
I'm getting the same vibes from Bachelor.
Even them lights are blue.
$45.
Even your voice being raised is out of the blue.
No, that's definitely not out of the blue.
58.
Perfect first start. Begging for more.
140.
And that is how easy a third dart can be when the darts are sitting right there. It's like a landing strip for a plane, just waiting for it to land.
134. Nathan, you
So
require
double
36.
18 to double up. This double 9 has to go. It
18.
doesn't, and so Bachelor has a
Carl,
route
you
back
require
into the match, and
32.
Nathan Potter knows it.
He can't miss double 9 any closer than that.
Game shot in the second
And what we're
leg.
starting to
Go,
learn
Bachelor.
about Mr. Porky is that he is very hard to beat.
Third leg is Carl to throw first.
After Aldridge
Game up.
lost the previous match to Thornton, that means that Carl retains the top spot. Hands up anybody who thought that was going to happen at the halfway
125.
point.
Well, yesterday he was quoted at 4-1 fourth favourite. He stayed
100.
fourth favourite today. Came into 9-2. Now that 9-2, it feels like at this present moment in time may well be the value play of the week
100.
so far.
I'm not going to sit here and say that if he wins Group A, yours truly said 92 was value.
100.
It just didn't quite compute at that time. For someone who's obviously got talent and has reassessed his goals, 92 just seemed a
26.
little long.
Needs another to leave a finish.
100.
And able to do so. So squared time will leave Bachelor first to an out. Well, that's that begging for more.
180.
Sometimes you just know from dart one when a max is going to be hit, and you could just tell right from the very start of that visit it was going to be a 180 for Bachelor.
He's not using the skinniest of
83.
darts either.
Can't require
They're quite
70.
chunky. 180s with those, pretty hard to get.
30. Nathan, you require 118.
So 118 here for Potter to get his nose in front again. It'd be the third consecutive break at the beginning of this contest.
78.
And that tops bends the
Carl,
wire.
you require 40.
He could have led this game conceivably by 3
Game
legs to
shot the
0,
third
but yet
leg,
trails
Carl
it by 2
Bachelor.
legs to 1.
Fourth leg is Nathan to throw
Correct me if
first.
I'm wrong, but
Game up.
Carl doesn't seem too perturbed by any situation he's been involved in so far. He's been in front, he's been behind, he's lost, he's won.
81.
He's very level-headed. And not every debutant is like that.
But I just wonder whether the journey that he's been on, that he
121.
told us earlier on this morning, whether that actually, when he's put into the front of a battle like this, it kind of just allows him to play with a bit
140.
more of a free roll nature, because he never expected to be in this position anyway. Because sometimes when certain things happen in life and in your darts career, it gives you a great
87.
big sense of perspective. And I just wonder, with that perspective in mind, that's why Bachelor doesn't get too high or too low with things.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
60.
Not everybody, when they start their career in the development tour or in juniors, goes on to massive things. Life gets in the way, and then they have to wait until a little bit later on to get
121.
their opportunity. Where do you think Justin Van der Gouw is now? He won 2 back-to-back Lakeside World Youth Championships.
100.
We've barely seen him since. But what we're learning about Carl this week, it reminds us that there are other players who may
50.
indeed
Nathan, you require
return later.
120.
Tops to climb the ladder.
80. Carl,
ladder
you
was a bit
require
crooked.
122.
Does Bachelor swoop in again? Not this time. Well, even there, that's a poor
24.
visit.
Nathan,
He's not
you
letting it
require
bother him.
40.
I like that.
Whereas Nathan's beginning to
Game
get
shot
at
in the fourth
oneself. You
leg,
got the sense
Nathan
that was an
Potter.
important visit to the board. Gets the tops to level up at 2-2.
Fifth leg is Carl to throw
But
first.
he
Game
looks
up.
as if he's dropped a tenner and found a 5 in return.
100. 100.
You don't tend to do that anymore, do you? Drop money because people don't use cash anymore.
$100.
In fact, do you actually know that the first year when they had a Q school and people got their tour card, there was a gift
140.
given to all of the people who had a tour card that year. It was a money clip, and it was personalised to every player. and they are
26.
a serious collector's item.
Well, it's like physical tickets. You don't, if you buy tickets to an event now, you don't get physical paper tickets.
57.
You get something that goes on your smartphone and in your smartphone wallet. You don't get that physical paper copy anymore, which is a shame because there's a lot of people that like to
61.
collect that kind of memorabilia, put it in boxes and what have you. But that's just the way of the times.
And these days, when people come here, the only thing they want to collect
100.
are medals. Derek Coulson's got more medals than Mike. What was it called? Ian Thorpe or Michael Phelps?
Michael Phelps, a swimmer.
140. Nathan, you've got 104.
Silly to say, can he hit the 60? Of course he can. That is a wonderful checkout,
Game
and
shot in the
only
fifth
he
leg,
can do that.
Nathan Potter.
That is silly. That
Fifth
first
leg is
start
Nathan to
should
throw
really
first.
close off
Game
the
up.
finish, but only he can find that shot thereafter.
And what we've got to give Nathan credit for here is you could see he was getting a little bit agitated, frustrated
95.
at the back of the stage, but it looks as if he's just beginning to channel that aggression in the white ray as for the first time we're maybe seeing Carl Bachelor get a little bit
140.
hot under the collar, because maybe for the first time in this group has he got an air of something to lose, that place at the top of the standings.
41.
Well, this is how close this group is. You've got Potter sitting on 8 points, 3 people ahead of him.
140.
Essentially what he's trying to do here is to jump into the deep end. And there are already 3 sharks in there.
He's literally from having a paddling pool lesson with
100.
armbands in, thrown straight into the Great Barrier Reef.
$57.
Well, they say in life sometimes you get thrust into sink or swim situations. Fair to say that Carl Bachelor's very much been
57.
swimming
Carl,
with the
you've got
tide. And he's got 6 of
164.
them here to take us all the way to a last leg decider. Doesn't have to contemplate the ball. That's why he's going to stay on the treble 20.
89 left, yeah.
You see things like that.
132.
Him staying on that treble 20. He's no greenhorn. He's not someone lacking experience. He's doing the kind of things that elite players do.
100. Carl, you require 32.
Don't do that again.
Game shot. the
Exactly.
sixth leg, Carl Bachelor.
That time he just bypasses the blocker. Yet again, we are going the distance. 3rd game in a row, and every time we've had it,
7th and final leg is Carl to throw first.
the person
Game up.
without the darts has won.
Which is good news if you're Nathan Potter, because you keep yourself in touch.
43.
This is one of 3 games where Bachelor's got the darts today. Potter himself,
140.
who has already won 1 game from 2, could break a bit of a trend here. He's got the darts 3 times today, but if he can win this game, he'd win
100.
it against the throw. That would put him in a very good position in the second half of play on Tuesday.
However, Potter wins this leg. It's advantage to my
91.
Den Herik in this group because he'll have a game in hand, and if he beats Mike Warburton, would have a 2-point lead at the top of the table going into his final 2 matches. One of them against Robert
92.
Thornton. Then right at the very end of the day, he will take on Carl Bachelor, and that feels like a very important tungsten tussle.
Oh, that's not good.
55.
That invites Bachelor back in. And just for about 4 or 5 seconds, Potter had the darts.
99.
It's still 50-50.
Another treble changes things, though, for Nathan Potter.
99. Carl, you require 167.
I mean, you'd rather be in his position than Carl Bachelor's, but Bachelor's got a dart at the ball for the 167.
142. Nathan, you require 160.
That would have trumped his 158 from yesterday. You wanted 116.
You take it.
96.
Well, that
Mile
was in a
required
different
25.
postcode. That miss really was as good as a mile.
17.
And that moves on the inside. Both players have missed an opportunity to win this match.
Nathan, you require 20.
Potter tries to recompose in the background and now stares at double 10 and
shot.
gets double
And the
10
match, Nathan
to
Potter.
keep himself in the mix. And all of a sudden, it's Den Herik who's become the big winner in this round of fixtures. And that's about him playing a game. Because if he can get the better of Mike Warburton in a couple of moments' time, he'll move to the top of the table with a 2-point lead. And that's because Nathan Potter was able to dispatch of Carl Bachelor by 4 legs to 3. Double 10. And Scotland's off to the perfect start.
Look at the head there for Jimmy Van Skiën. Burnett steps out for Richie Burnett. Does find double 10 and it is a 4-3 victory.
16 to complete a 4-1 success. Third time in the chart and the Netherlands are into the semi-finals. kicks off for maximum. And I suppose the one advantage of... Well, that is absolutely incredible. Scott Campbell in a 9-dart shootout has found 2 180s. So Scotland and Belgium are into the semi-finals. The Republic of Ireland head for home. The Netherlands are into the final. Much to the delight of this packed-out Portland.
And he only needed one more. It is Wales that is through to the final.
And it's double Dutch delight. The Netherlands are the inaugural international pairs champions.
Only one winner. It's the Netherlands!
Saturday nights are the nights where the Live Lounge opens up their doors, and you can be here on any given Saturday evening by heading over to the dartsworldstore.com. And you can be here for Champions Night. That's on Saturday the 25th of July, and we start at 7 p.m. So to game number 9 and a meeting between Jemai van den Herik and Mike Warburton. For Jemai, he's got an opportunity here to really take control of this Group A table. Because of that win before the break for Nathan Potter over Carl Bachelor, it means that the young Dutchman can move 2 points clear at the top of the Group A table with 2 rounds worth of fixtures still to go on this Tuesday. For Warburton, it's been a day that hasn't gone to plan whatsoever. He's lost 4-1 to Carl Bachelor, though admittedly Bachelor averaged in excess of 102. Game 2, lost out to Jack Aldridge 4-2 in a game where possibly he may feel as if he should have got more out of it. But he's also the type of player, but you get the sense at some point he'll get it right. And what Jemai van den Herik doesn't want to happen to him is what happened to Jack Aldridge against Robert Thornton, where the player that it clicks against is them.
This is a really interesting round of play.
100.
In fact, the last 3 matches, which I guess constitutes a round of play, 3 games, 21 legs, 3 games won against the darts, and the doubles for the winners are getting better and better and better.
55.
If what is happening, and we believe that the climate of what's happening here on Tuesday is to be believed, Warburton's going to win this game.
100.
And then there's going to be 4 players on 10 points going into the last 2 rounds of Tuesday. And then Warburton would be only 4 points behind. But he hasn't won today yet.
96.
And to see him on 4 points and Robert Thornton on 2 points at the foot of this table is a bit of a surprise. Youth, exuberance.
60.
And in the case of one debutant, they're having the best of it. Experience is not winning this group.
However, Mike Warburton will tell you about a previous experience here where
105.
as van den Herik finds a couple of bullseyes there, where he finished 5th in a Group A, which featured the likes of Wesley Plazier, Cam Crabtree, Andy Bolton,
60. Jemai
Victor
required
Tingstrom.
145.
He finished 5th in that group, but he managed to get through to the final. He's one of the masters at reset mentality. To a certain extent, you almost
49.
write off what happens over these 3 days because you know whatever happens in what looks like it's going to be Group C on Thursday and Friday, he will be ready for that challenge.
55. Jemai required 96.
If things keep going the way they are, Group C is going to be his home here in week 10. Oh, that was a very,
56.
very cagey
Mike
effort at
required
double-double.
126.
Warburton needs to start in the 19s. Trying to get that look in his eye and the read on it.
54.
There's a bit of urgency
Jemai
there,
required 40.
but there's one of jeopardy. He's thinking Tuesday is not going very well.
Game shot in the first leg. Jamai van den Herik.
For Van den Herik, it's going so well so far.
Second leg is Mike to throw first.
And finally, that double top is beginning to correspond.
When we had our darts from home in 2020, before we moved to the first studio in
100.
Southampton, do you remember what the biggest average was?
Oh, there was a big one, wasn't there? Like 118 big, I want to say.
96.
You might be thinking of Jason Askew, who broke the tournament record in the first week in the studio in Southampton. But prior to that, the record was 116 plus from Boris Koltsov in a game where he beat Mike Warburton. In that match, Warburton averaged 110
58.
and lost.
And by the way, that performance is even more impressive, borne out the fact that there would have been a load of motorbikes revving around in the background. And those impressive curtains. Oh,
60.
my word.
Yeah, Boris Koltsov seems to have the best curtain shop in his area where he lives. Resplendent British Racing Green, I believe.
Oh, that was so silky, so smooth, so delightful, those curtains.
You okay over there?
78.
I just like curtains.
161.
And other homeware. Other 1990s
65.
fashion is also available.
$137. Mike, you require 96.
Keep it simple, Mike. Keep it straight. He gave it every chance.
56.
It was
Jamai, you
definitely the
require
right play. Double-double
132.
there would have been wrong. But you could go double-double here. In fact, you go triple-double. Triple being 2 bulls and double 16.
92. Mike, you require 40.
You see, basketball's not the only sport where you can get a triple-double.
Game
That's a nice
shot.
shot.
Second leg. Mike Warburton.
That kind of precision that we do associate with Warburton. He doesn't look for
Third leg is
collisions, he looks
Jamai
for
to throw
open
first.
targets.
Game on.
Fairness, in that back at home project, there was some interesting places. We had Jared Cole's
97.
conservatory, Martin Adams' box room.
With a picture of Eric Bristow in the background.
Yes. You were in your office, weren't you?
I was.
180.
Chris Mason was in his shed.
Scott Marshall was in his garage.
180.
Well, this game is taking off all of a sudden. Mr. Warburton, keep it going. What a shame.
60.
If my memory serves me right, throughout this entire time, from home, Southampton, Portsmouth, he's been here since the beginning. He's never had a 9-darter.
100.
And I know he's the type that likes to tick things off the list, so that will very much be on it.
$121. Jamai require 124.
He's played wonderfully in this leg, but he's still behind. One person is on a very realistic out. One is not.
46.
Okay, I wish I hadn't said that now because he made a bit of a hash of it. Got to squeeze one in the middle.
60.
Oh, he did, but he didn't quite find the
78.
lipstick.
That's a slip. Trouble 14 was what he was hoping was going to be the recovery. But look at
38.
Warby in the
Mike
background, just
80.
nodding his head as soon as that second dart was missed, readying himself to come back for this chance. But it's an opportunity
60.
he was enabled to
Jamai require
seize.
40.
we have seen over the last couple of days that if Den Herik is going to miss a target, he's going to miss it low.
Game shot.
And that's why he's gone extra high on the double 10,
Den
obviously.
Herik.
Because earlier today, when he was going for shots like that,
Fourth egg is
he was
Mike to
risking
reverse.
busting
Game
low. This is a sneaky good game. Both averaging around the 90 mark.
$125.
Now and again as well, Jamai just seems to lose patience on dart 3 and throws it a bit faster. You might not think this is a sport of patience, but it really
41.
is. If any player is going to lose patience, it's going to be on the third shot. They might walk into it. They might throw it a bit faster. You've just got to stay in rhythm. You don't see a lead
45.
violinist of an orchestra going quicker on the notes. If you did, the conductor wouldn't be very happy.
$100.
And is that partly down to maybe a sense of urgency by Jamai? He knows the situation he's in. He knows he can top the group if he wins this game. Maybe is there a sense of that rush of the third dart might be forcing the issue a bit
59.
too much?
I think sometimes there's an angle around that treble 20 that's so inviting that they think they just have to throw it and it's going to go in. You're more likely to get it in if you
60.
stay within your process. Which is a full extension of the arm, back and through in its entirety, not shortcutting it. It's probably a better way of putting it.
97.
Some people throw their third dart like a shortcut, when sometimes there isn't one. Luke Woodhouse is someone we've spoken about with this, and Ted Everts is another, where they would just fling that
100.
third dart away, thinking it's going to land, when in fact you're better off staying in that rhythm that they've had for the first two.
Michael Smith, probably the best example of that through the years, where for so long he walked on the third
59.
dart. Seems
Mike
to rectified
Uruguay,
that issue
75.
by Jingo, though a bit of success followed. Well, I say a bit of success. He won the World Championship. 18 for tops. For 2-2.
35. Jamai
So there's an
Uruguay,
opportunity for
116.
Den Herik to really flex his muscles, to spread his wings in this game.
This game went the distance yesterday. It might not if this is found.
56. Mike Uruguay, 40.
Tops for 2-2. Tops for parity.
Game
Desmond.
shot in the fourth egg. Mike Warburton. Fifth egg is Jamai to throw first.
Now, that's one name he doesn't have on
Game
his
out.
shirt. I'd like to know if there is somebody in the world called Desmond Warburton. That's a bit of a mix of cultures, isn't it?
100.
Apart from 2-2, who do you reckon is probably the most famous Desmond in the world?
The barber from the old British sitcom
100.
Desmond's. He had a friend called Pork Pie because of his hat. Very, very funny. Very, very good.
So Des Lynam's not high up on the list then?
54.
He lives not far from here. Lives down the road.
Jess Stelling doesn't live too far from here either. He's based in Winchester.
Yeah, but he's not called Desmond.
140.
No, I know. But when in Rome and all that.
If you're new to the Modus Super Series, by the way, we refer to Desmond as a 2-2 game.
100.
And we like to do it when Devin Peterson's here.
60.
We need to get some more South African players here, don't we? We haven't had any here for a while.
I tell you what I want to see back here, Cameron Carolison, because last time he was here, he played some amazing stuff. And he only got beaten by Danny Van Tryp, who, to be honest, was unplayable that evening.
100.
Well, you could get Graham Philby from the South African PDC World Cup team here, and he's about the same height as Jamai, maybe even a bit taller.
100. Jamai Uruguay,
It's another steady display
147.
from Warburton, but steady's not winning. Not in this group.
139. Mike required
Just
101.
not been able to find that extra gear when he's needed it. But this might well change things.
Game
Change
start of the
things
fifth
it
leg.
does.
Mike Warburton.
Warby takes out the 101 to break the throw to lead 3-2 and to keep
Sixth leg is Mike to throw
Van Den
first.
Herik
Game
locked
up.
on 10 points. To keep 4 players locked on 10 points following 3 rounds worth of play today.
Usually when it's 101 for a 15 darter, it might well be a red pen
43.
leg. 5 100 plus scores to win a leg is very rare these days. But Warburton's one of those players who could potentially do it. On that occasion, he had a 140 in there and a 60, so it wasn't a full red pen leg.
180.
And what a red pen leg is here in the UK is when locally, what they used to do was
100.
have a score sheet, and if the score was 100 or more, that would be red pen. The rest of the scores would be black. And they used to keep charts on people and how many ton plus scores they would have throughout the season. There was an award for it.
140.
Mike's particularly old school in that department because he doesn't bring the bull in as much as other people do.
60.
Well, what a reply this has been from Van Den Herik.
135.
Potential 11 dart leg to take us all the way. And Warburton needs a 140 just to leave himself on a finish.
100. Jemima
That's what we're
required
talking about there.
46.
The collision of that dart with the other one. It wasn't conducive for a 140. This is conducive for a 12,
14.
but he'll have to wait for visit number 5.
$138.
When he's
Jemima
asked the
required
question,
32.
that's all he could have done in that situation, Mike Warburton. As Jemima Van Den Herik got the answers.
Game shot in the
Yes
sixth leg.
is the
Jemima
comprehensive
Van Den Herik.
answer. 13 darter for the young Dutchman, and we head the distance. And a last leg
Seventh and final
decider
leg is Jemima to
that
throw
Van Den
first.
Herik has the darts in, and if he wins, would send
Game up.
himself 2 points clear at the top of the standings.
This is the 5th game today of 9 that has gone the distance, and nobody today
100.
has won a last leg decider with the throw. That's not bordering on ridiculous. That's just ridiculous.
Well, you know what they say, Nico? Rules are made to be broken.
140.
Depends who you listen to.
$60.
Advantage Warburton. It might be happening again. He hasn't won a game today. He's the only person who has yet
100.
to taste a win. And if he wins this leg, this table is about as easy to predict as the weather in 2052.
140.
Probably going to be hot in the summer and cold in the winter.
Fairly on the nose with that one, Henry. And
140.
Warburton was right on the money. But he might have to take that 1-2-1 out. If you want to win a last leg decider, the mindset is, I'm going to have to find a 12 darter or
57.
better.
Mike required 121.
In his own mind, does he now believe he has to hit this? He might hit it.
93.
Here's a width of a wire
Jemima
away
required
from converting.
144.
Jemima Van Den Herik has used up a life here. But can he win this game in the most extraordinary way? Another one of them. Perfect guide. Gets it. Double 12. Just on the inside. Both players have
132.
missed a double to win it with a rip
Mike
roarer.
required 28.
Now it's a race to who gets the double first.
14.
Oh no, that sinking feeling.
Jemai,
He's had 4 darts to win the match. He was nodding as Den Herik went for 12s on the 144. He doesn't want to be nodding again, but internally he'll be thinking, I've had my chance.
Double free.
6.
Unable to find.
Mike, you require
The
14.
moment he missed that double 3 low, there's not one person on this earth who thought he was going to hit it. But that's in, and Warburton has finally found a W, which makes sure that we do have chaos in our table. 8 rounds down here in Group A in Week 10, and after that 4-3 victory, Mike Warburton now finds himself on 6 points with 4 above him.
Game 9 of the session has been and gone, and we saw Mike Warburton get the better of Jemai Den Herik by 4 legs to 3. As you can see, every game in round 3 went 4-3, and this is how the table looks as a result. Well, Jemai Den Herik missed an opportunity there to move himself 2 points clear at the top of the standings. 4 players, as you can see, all tied at the top. Carl Bachelor 10 points plus 10, Den Herik 10 points plus 5, Potter 10 points plus 4, and Aldridge himself 10 points plus 4. So 2 game 10, which is a meeting between Carl Bachelor and Jack Aldridge. The winner of this one will see themselves on to 12 points in the table. And will put themselves in a very good position going into their final matches. For Carl, he's got the rough end of the stick right at the very end of the day. He's got Jack Aldridge here, and then he finishes up with a meeting against Den Herik. So Jack gets past this one, then he has to take on Nathan Potter. So these two are very much ensconced into the thick end of it.
41.
So you believe that he's got the rough end of the stick at the end of day 2?
93.
I can understand that, Henry. But what we're confronted with now is a really big opportunity for Bachelor to show us what he can really do.
81.
Because being top of the table on leg difference alone, the way he's going to win this group is if he beats the people that are trying to hunt him down.
43.
If he can do that, I'm going to be really impressed. He said he wanted to win a game yesterday morning. He's already won 5. And I think he's getting this habit of winning, and he's enjoying it.
85. 81,
Winning
sorry.
is an infectious disease, as is losing.
97.
And I do get the sense, particularly for debutants, that what happens right at the very beginning of your campaign can very quickly set the tone for it. And the fact that Carl got onto the positive
99.
start that
Carl,
he did
you're
on Monday
102.
has allowed him to play with that little bit more freedom. It's allowed him to be able to play to the level that we know he's capable of, because that's how he's qualified through here. Whereas how many times have we seen an 80
82.
qualifier lose their first couple of games and then they just go straight back into their shell?
That's a fair thing to say. I've seen it many times.
Carl, you require 20.
But if anything, this guy is sans shell.
Game shot.
And he
the
is
first
very
egg, Carl
much
Bachelor.
mitt legs.
Second egg is Jack to throw first. Game out.
I look at him in the background now and I see him
60.
going through a nice process. He's obviously very comfortable with what he's doing, what he's using. His output is very impressive.
I think the biggest compliment you can
100.
pay him is it doesn't look like he's on debut. He looks like somebody who's been here a few times, knows exactly what the crack's all about, and just gets up and gets on with the job.
59.
He's living proof that there are more dart players out there than we thought.
100.
And the ADC already knew it, because they wouldn't have started that organisation if they didn't understand that people like
85.
Carl Bachelor were out there waiting for an opportunity.
And it's because of players like Carl, which is as to why the Global Championship has expanded to
100.
128 players this year.
Everything seems to be expanding to 128, doesn't it?
85. Carl, you require 121.
More opportunities. More chances to cash big.
85.
That's a great last dart, my word. That's one of the best darts he's thrown this week.
As long as the international
93.
pairs doesn't
Carl, you
expand to
require
128 teams, I think we'll be okay, because that'll be a lot of players to have on the
Games on the
stage as
second
Bachelor
egg, Carl
fights a
Bachelor.
13 darter to lead 2-0.
He's
Third
taking
leg
the
is Carl
standard
to
that he
throw
delivered
first.
against
Game on.
Aldridge yesterday, and he's upping it by about 10 points.
And Aldridge looks as if he's found a flat spot
85.
right at the worst possible time.
Yeah, he's still full of beans. He's throwing good darts, but right now he's like a spider in the
95.
bath. He looks a little bit helpless.
$45. 58.
Let's face it, if someone can confidently say who's going to win this group at this point, well, good luck to you. I haven't got
60.
a Scooby-Doo. I do not know. And usually we've got an inkling after round number 8.
94.
4 players tied. I don't remember the last time that happened.
Last time I can remember a group like
96.
this was the Lee Cox-Robert Thornton week, where Cox missed a double to win the group and then finished 4th in it.
140.
Kind of reminds you of that Group B where Fallon Sherrick and Lee Budgeon went toe-to-toe in the last match. Whoever wins the match wins the group. Whoever loses goes bottom.
83. Jack your car, 114.
Tightest group ever.
Yeah, closer you ever got to the 5 players all being on 8 points. Aldridge looking at the Shanghai 19s, unable to get the first treble 19 or a treble 19 that he needed. So
82.
Bachelor here looking at
Carl Bachelor,
132. Mr. Porky
132.
looking for a bit of champers.
Yeah, pork doesn't go with champagne anywhere.
I don't know, Christmas
31.
dinner it does.
Jack you require 32.
Pork and cider.
Game shot in the third leg. Jack Aldridge.
Oh no, a bit of pork on the next to the
Four-legged
turkey.
Jack
On
I think
to
we're
the
going off
reverse.
track here.
Game
yes,
up.
I think we. Yes. Back to 2-1.
That's the kind of visit that we
11.
didn't get from him yesterday. Everything was sharp. So is that the first sign of lethargy?
83.
And if it is, you have to accept it and you have to understand how to move on from it. We're all human beings after all. We've all got a wall to hit.
140.
But it's usually at different times. And it's for microscopic reasons.
It should be worth
95.
noting that this is the first time Jack Aldridge has played a Group A, because you may remember the last time he was here, he was playing Group B darts. So first time he would have dealt with a 9:30 start. First time he would have dealt with 5 games in a day, as he looks for the infamous 350 and 6.
96.
Also known
Jack
as the
your car,
darting
170.
albatross. Not many times has that been hit in this building.
66.
Jimmy McEwen did it, didn't he?
He was the first. McMillan as well.
Ah, yes, our mate from the
121. Jack
States.
require 104.
Bachelor's going to get his chance to
80.
extend that lead to
Carl
2
require
again.
106.
He's been largely a passenger in this leg. Let's see if he can steal.
40. Jack you require 24.
So 2 trials to square us back up.
Game shot in the fourth
From
leg.
2-0 down, Jack
Aldridge.
Aldridge has levelled us up at 2-2.
I know who else got the 350. It was David
Fifth leg
Davies.
is Carl to throw first. Game on.
And he did it to win a match, which makes it even more impressive.
For those of you that may
81.
have been watching this year and thinking, where is David Davies? Well, I did see him a few weeks ago at the Six Nations, and family
80.
situations go on. I mean, he's not played as much this year, but he has assured us, or assured me, that he is going to be back here later on in 2026.
Well, this is the David
43.
Davies week. He liked week 10, didn't he? Previous winner of week 10.
Played well in that tournament, then decided to start a bit of a war with Mitchell Laurie. That was a little bit of a fun sideshow. There was only ever going to be
59.
one winner of that, wasn't there? And that was always going to be Mitchell Laurie. He's
96.
getting better, by the way, which is perhaps ominous.
Yeah, we're only 2 days away from a 16-year-old debutant
85.
here at the Live Lounge in Kai Basel. Exciting times. Might even join another teenager
60.
in Champions Week in Archie Self, and he didn't even lose a game when he played earlier on in the campaign.
Yeah, you might have to call this the kindergarten,
93.
not the Live Lounge at Champions Week.
Now, someone who's going to be very happy to hear you say that is Derek Coulson. He's in his late 50s.
78.
Yeah, he'll be the prefect.
He might be perfect.
Well, he's certainly the head boy around here, isn't he, at the minute?
Carl, you require 143.
He just keeps scooping title after title, accolade after accolade. 19 straight wins. He'll be looking to extend that record when Champions Week begins.
93. Jack, you require 126.
This is doable. At least it was. But look at the amount of darts that we've had in this leg.
46. Carl, you require 50.
The stats were good early, but they've slowed up a bit. Both averaging 83 now.
30. Jack, you require
And
80.
small misses like that can have a big effect. This is for a 7-visit break of throw. We are coming into this game off the back of 4 games that have gone the distance.
60. Carl, you require
First dart,
20.
Jack Aldridge has missed at a double. How costly is it going to be?
Game
Very
shot in the first
costly
leg,
is
Carl
the
Bachelor.
answer. And it's
Six
fair
legs,
to
Jack
say
go first.
that
Game
both
on.
players are really feeling the situation. And 2 players that are not used to moments like this, particularly Carl Bachelor on debut. Not been anywhere near
140.
this situation before, at least not for a long time anyway. He'd only be human if he wasn't feeling the magnitude of what he could achieve over the course of the next
125.
couple of hours heading into tomorrow's play.
Bachelor was second behind Aldridge
60.
overnight. But if he's one better off, he's got to sleep on the knowledge that he's top of the table.
140.
That's like sleeping on 99 runs, knowing that you're going back to the crease the next morning. That's like Victor Hovland at the weekend
78.
sleeping on a lead over Scotty Scheffler at the weekend and having to have a playoff on a Monday morning. You don't understand what that's like until you've been in that situation.
140.
And some people in other sports will tell you you're better off being second overnight because you don't have to think about chasing in your sleep.
180. Carl, you
As
require
Aldridge piles in a
96.
maxi. Bachelor looking at 96. Potential 11 darter to wrap it up.
Game
It's a
shot.
dozen
And the
darter.
match, Carl
And that
Bachelor.
puts Carl Bachelor onto a dozen points in the group. He gets the better of Jack Aldridge by 4 legs to 2 in a game which was hard work. He raced into a 2-0 lead. Aldridge pegged him back to 2 apiece before then winning the subsequent double of legs after that. Coming up after the break, Robert Thornton takes on Jamai van Den Herik. We're live on Pluto TV on this Tuesday lunchtime. And before the break at the Modus Super Series, we saw Carl Bachelor dispatch of Jack Aldridge by 4-2. So to game 11 and a meeting between Robert Thornton and Jamai van den Herik. For Thornton, he picked up his first win of this Group A last time out when he also got the better of Jack by a 4-3 scoreline. Jamai van den Herik lost 4-3 to Mike Warburton in his previous fixture, looking to get himself back onto the board. Missed a trick, really, because he missed an opportunity to move himself onto 12 points and to open up a 2-point lead at the top of the group. So now finding himself chasing because Bachelor sealed that 4-2 win over Aldridge, which means that he's now on 12 points. Van den Herik can join him on that mark, but because Bachelor's got a superior legs difference, even a 4-0 win would see him in second position. Potter and Warburton will go head-to-head in the next one. So, possibility, depending on how the results go here, that 3 players could be on a dozen points going into the final round. Aldridge will take on Potter and Van den Herik will take on Bachelor. So still, with 5 games to play for on this Tuesday, we're none the wiser as to how this group's actually going to finish up going into the final day's worth of play.
Well, you know what Tuesdays are about, Henry? It's about making a move.
83.
At this point in time, the biggest move has been made by Bachelor. He's won 3 games again. And he's still got 1 left.
60.
Could make it 4. I've just had a glance at the 180 total for the day. We are currently on track to beat yesterday's
41.
33. We've got 28 from 10 games. You don't have to be a mathematician to realise that's nearly 3 a game. That's an elite level.
85.
That's been assisted by the fact that a lot of people are getting multiple maximums in a match today.
30.
Au contraire to yesterday. Just a bit more spread out over the course of 15 games on the first day of week 10. And there's another one. And that's a prime one as well, because that gives us the prime number of 29.
26.
Your tally chart's doing overtime today, isn't it?
Just before I start changing the ink in my pen, I've always wondered
100.
what is in the left pocket of Jamai van den Herik. We can see the full shape of it because his trousers are about as tight as my wallet.
60.
I think it is a
Jamai
wallet.
requires 76.
I'm sure in the past he's mentioned that when he played competitions back home in the Netherlands, he's just used to having his phone and his wallet in his pocket. Now, he's not allowed his phone on him in this tournament, but...
So what does he need his wallet for?
44.
Well, you don't have to pay a chalker after losing.
Well, one thing's for sure. There's not many young people these
45.
days have a
Jamai
wallet
requires 32.
who are under the age of 25. It's usually concentrated in their smart device. Oh, double 12.
20.
That didn't go to plan. Yeah, 2 countries here who have won the World Cup of Darts. 1 country that has won
28.
international
Jamai
pairs.
required 12.
1 country that very nearly did win international pairs with a 170 checkout.
Down for double 3.
Game shot
And
in
the double 3 it is, and Van den Herik can leg to the good. And to be fair, when you look at the next edition of the
Second
international
leg
pairs,
is Jamai
which
to throw
is
first.
likely to take place towards the latter end of
Game
the
up.
year, Jamai van den Herik has to be the number 1 Dutch player in that team. Has to be the Dutch captain. Has to be the number 1 pick for me. I don't think there's another Dutch
97.
player at this level that's playing as well as him right now. I don't think there is.
So if it were you,
60.
who would you put with him?
Good question, because I think there's a lot of players, a lot of Dutch players that I'd say at the minute it's out of sorts. I mean, this time last year, it'd be Danny van Tripe at any kind of conversation, but
135.
he's not had a great 2026. Barry Van Peer didn't have a great Six Nations. I'm going to be honest with you. Do you know who I would go with? Von Meulenkamp.
It's not the worst shout.
That's what Scotland team.
134.
If Scotland are playing international competition, Scott Campbell has to be involved. Stuff he does here, and in the
57,
WDF, he's won the British
Jemima
Internationals and the Six
135.
Nations as captain this year. No brainer.
This is really interesting. That would have been so different.
117.
Who thinks about that? Now, initially, 135, he's thinking, okay, I'll get 95, I'll leave tops. But I'll just give it a go.
140. Jemima
But on 78, he was going 42.36. This guy's got a darting brain. And it's very impressive to watch.
Jemima van den Herik.
That is a 14 darter to double the lead.
The leg is Roberts.
He's just done something that Roberts
Game
never
on.
even thought of on a dartboard. But that's how the youngsters think.
Now, it's just a little bit of Seisel on the board. Robert just getting rid of that, and we're about to get underway for leg 3.
I thought he was going to do a Hendo. Or he gave it a clip.
97.
That's usually Hendo giving Thornton a clip.
If you've never seen that before, it is quite funny. It wasn't for Robert at the time. It was probably quite painful.
Just going back to international pairs, if you really wanted to throw some
100.
chaos in the mix, then you'd put Jemima van den Herik together with Johan Brouwer.
46.
You said it, not me.
You're not impressed, are you?
Why, what's wrong with it?
I just think... I'll tell you what I would, in terms of maybe a couple of teams to put in there.
93.
A Finland team with Jani Havisto and Mio Varilla, who I think could be the next big talent to come out of Scandinavia.
60.
Watch him lurk around that circuit. I think he could do some really special things. And by now, I'd love to see a team from the Far East. Probably Team Philippines would be your most realistic get.
58.
And who would not want to watch a week of Alexis Toilo?
85.
Him and Lawrence Alagan, that would be fun.
No, now you got me interested. Lawrence is a legend. Great guy.
90.
And that's without talking about Team Singapore. Come on, you know you want to see Paul Lim here.
All right, Henry, you're getting very carried away by international pairs. It's not for months yet.
43.
Van den
Jemima
Herik,
160.
if he were to win this week, I think he'd be a top shout for the Netherlands. I think that we can agree on.
56.
They haven't had a great deal of success this year, the Dutch. Kiana van Belsen.
45. Jemima require 104.
Just saying.
$104 for free zip. Double 16.
72.
Clips the wire.
Robert, you require 125.
Come on, Robert. Don't go for the bull. Oh, look at that. Right on line.
105.
He's thrown
Jemima
all three
required
darts
32.
there really well. Just a couple of millimetres either side, and he was on a shot there. As a
Game
consequence
shot,
of those
third
near
leg,
misses,
Jemima
he is
van
3-0 down. Unfortunately,
Well,
Robert's having his
Jemima
worst
took it
game of the
first.
week, and Jemima's playing
Game
a
on.
decent match. That's it. The tall and short of it. And it's kind of what we have, the tall and the short.
Although we know from Robert's previous
100.
experiences here that keeping the pace and stamina for the duration of the day could sometimes be a bit of a difficult task for him.
78.
You know, yesterday we were talking about players that define careers. I said that Robert
57.
was without a doubt the most influential figure in mine. Who do you think is the most influential figure in his?
100.
I once heard Phil Taylor say
100.
that nobody could possibly respect Robert Thornton more than me. And he didn't say that flippantly. He meant every
38.
word. Look at the way he shook his hand when Robert beat him in the UK Open final. Nobody respects Robert's darling talent more than the greatest ever. And in fact, there was a conversation on
134.
national radio here in the UK this morning. They were talking about greatest people ever, and they were talking about Ben Stokes, the England cricket captain who's just retired.
58. Jemima McCall 110.
That radio crew made a really good point about Phil Taylor. We'll talk about that later, because Den Herik wants to win right now.
He's going to have to bide his time to get said win.
98.
Will leave himself on double six to get it wrapped up by a 4-0 score.
43.
Well, this
Jemima
has just not
required
happened for
12.
Robert. And this should be curtains.
Game shot.
Double six is
And
got,
that's
and
right,
Den Herik seals a comprehensive 4-0 win. Puts him on to 12 points, aids his leg difference. And when we return, we're going to see Nathan Potter and Mike Warburton. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Den Herik get the better of Robert Thornton by 4-0. 4 more games to go on this Tuesday afternoon, and we're going to see Nathan Potter and Mike Warburton go head-to-head in this one. For Potter, an opportunity to join Carl Bachelor and Den Herik on 12 points in the Group A table to ensure a three-way tie at the top of the standings. However, there is a real sneaky chance here that Mike Warburton could really open up a Group B can of worms. Because if he wins this game, then he moves on to 8 points in the table. Only a couple behind Potter and Aldridge. Warburton will take on Thornton in the last game. You'd expect him to win that to move on to 10 overnight. This, all of a sudden, has become a very important game for Nathan Potter. Because if he wins this game,
First leg is
then
Nathan to throw first.
he's level on points at the top of the table. Loses this game. And then all of a sudden, he's found himself in a Group B, C quagmire.
64.
What do you think Warburton's thinking right now, then?
100.
Is he solely focused on just winning a game of darts? Is he thinking about, I'm 5th in the table? Am I thinking, I want to get into Group B?
100.
Everybody's different, we know that. But the fact of the matter is, if you're going to win this darts match, you're more likely to if you focus on what you're doing instead of other things.
Oh, I reckon Warby
60.
will feel as if he's a lion with a piece of steak ready to get his teeth stuck in. Because he knows that he can really make life awkward for
85.
Nathan, and he can make life good for himself. He'll
Is
see
that
an
your way of saying
opportunity.
that Warburton's not a vegetarian?
Effectively,
100.
I wouldn't know such details.
You seem to know everything else. You know what the score was between Torquay United and Grimsby in 2007? His mind is
83.
genuinely churning.
I think Torquay were in the conference back
Oh
then.
my word.
Sure, they were in the conference because Aldershot won that league that year.
60.
Because Grimsby didn't go down until 2010.
Still going.
48.
We do have an ejection seat here in the commentary box. Hand is hovering above the button. See, that would be an
100.
interesting
Nathan, you've got
addition to the Modus Super
121.
Series. If you lose, into the ejector seat you go. With shots like this.
90.
He's not going to be happy with that shot at ball.
81.
$78 left. Triple 18, double 12. I couldn't find the 54 that would have left
41.
24. But Potter
Nathan, you've
here
got
left on
31.
31, and you seldom see this combination.
You seldom see it like this. But
Game
that'll work
shot in the
very
first
well.
leg, Nathan Potter.
That was a bit of a messy end to the leg, wasn't it? I mean, Warburton
Second leg is Mike.
had a
to go
bad first dart
Game on.
and a bad third dart. He ends up losing the leg, and I think fairly in the end.
100.
Interesting he went that way as well, because you were mentioning with the double 11, etc., the fact that he's thrown across himself. So it was interesting that he elected to go for the double 14.
I think he's still figuring out which doubles are his
60.
strongest. I don't think James Wade knew exactly what double top and double 10 were going to do for him until a little bit later in his career.
81.
So as a player, do you find yourself just falling into the trap of particular patterns, whether they be good patterns or bad patterns?
Yeah. You've got to throw naturally
60.
to be the best player you can be. And you've got to enhance that natural ability by doing the right things day in, day out. And if Nathan's natural instinct
60.
is to get these darts to land flat and leaning to the right-hand side, I am convinced that he is better off at doubles.
140.
Oh, look at that. Look at that accent to the right-hand side. Tops, 10s. I think 18s and 16s is probably not going to be his best avenue for success in his career, but
43.
I've been wrong before. He's starting to put the hammer down here. Somewhat lethargic first leg, and Potter is starting to figure this out.
100. Nathan, you require 101.
He's really had to have gone to the well for everything that he's got so far today, Nathan Potter. It's felt like hard work the whole way through. This for 2-0.
81.
That's not
Mike,
for the
you require
first time that a dart double
117.
top has dragged low like that.
There's low and then there's that low.
Now, Warburton's going to take out the 117, so we'll get 3 more in hand at double 10.
41. Nathan, you require 20.
Two fives after a drop, with Warburton lurking. Great shot.
Game shot in the second
Superb
leg.
double
Nathan Potter.
to double the lead. Do you want to hear what they were saying on the radio this morning
Third
about
leg
Phil
is
Taylor?
Nathan to throw
They were having
first.
this argument.
Game up.
Well, I say argument. It was a discussion about the greatest British sports person of all time. They threw up names like Mo Farah
140.
and Ben Stokes. And then came the idea that Phil Taylor would be the greatest British sports person of all
43.
time. Then Sir Stephen Redgrave was put in the mix. And then somebody said Ronnie O'Sullivan. And they came up actually with a really salient point. And the point was, could Phil
45.
Taylor do what he did left-handed? And at that point I thought, yeah, I get it.
60.
World-class ambidextrous players who don't need the use of a vehicle like a bike or a car. And
100.
as much as I'd like to sit here and say that Phil Taylor is the greatest British sports person of all time, I think that is a very coherent argument for Ronnie O'Sullivan.
140.
I'd make an argument that Ronnie O'Sullivan also, despite all he's done, is actually underachieved.
I'd love to see him tell him that. Do you think he'd agree with you?
I don't know, but he
140.
should have, put it this way, he should be clear of Stephen Hendry by now.
He's still got a chance. Mike Warburton's still got a chance in this game, but that chance is down a very skinny hallway with the
100.
walls closing
Nathan,
in.
you require 76.
So 76 here to move 3-0 to the good. 16, and he's double top. Tops it is.
Game shot
Tops
in
has
the third
got
leg. Nathan Potter.
Straight down the middle. And 3-0 to the
Fourth leg is
good.
Mike to throw first. Game up.
That leads me on to my next question. We've raged on for years as to who is
100.
the best Modus Super Series player ever. You know Neil's watching, right?
100.
Yes, I know he's watching. Hi Neil, hope you're well, pal. He'll be watching. Don't worry, he'll be watching.
Let me put it to you this way. If Neil
60.
Duff were to win this series, it's not a debate anymore. But if Derek Coulson wins the series, it's not a debate anymore.
91.
However, what I would say about Neil Duff in comparison to Derek Coulson is Neil Duff would become only the second player to complete the set, Triple Crown, whatever you want to call it, weekly special Champions Week.
I get what you're saying.
100.
But I think if it's one of those two guys, then they get the tag of GOAT. I really do.
100.
That's the thing that's missing. And it's so hard to get. Ask them both. They've both been to Champions Night now.
140.
In their own minds, that's the only thing missing. That medal, that trophy lift, and that moment.
140.
They've won a lot of trophies, but they've not been drenched in confetti yet.
Warburton might be courting himself in glory, but then he may have to leave the
41.
stage
Nathan, you
with his chin
70.
down, because Potter, effective on the doubles, is going to get a shot for the match.
And that is going to be a double top. Got it in the last
Game
leg, gets
shot,
it to win
and
the match in
Nathan
this.
Potter.
And although it wasn't pretty at times, Potter picks the points up. He beats Mike Warburton 4-0. Three more games to go. Den Herik takes on Carl Bachelor, Jack Aldridge up against Nathan Potter, and Mike Warburton against Robert Thornton. And it could be tighter at the top of the Group A table. 3 players on 12 points. Carl Bachelor, Den Herik, and Nathan Potter. And we're going to see 2 of them go head-to-head here as Den Herik and Bachelor go toe-to-toe. The winner will move on to 14 points overnight. And there is a likelihood that they will top the table. And if it's Carl Bachelor that wins this game, irrespective of the scoreline, he will be at the summit going into Wednesday's play. That's because even if Nathan Potter was to beat Jack Aldridge by 4-0, he would still be a leg behind on leg difference at the very least. And so we're none the wiser as to how things are going to pan out, and none the wiser as to how this game's going to pan out.
First leg is Jemai to throw first.
You'd probably make Bachelor a
Game on.
slender favourite, but we did see yesterday that Jemai was able to finish off his campaign rather strongly. He averaged a ton to get the better of Jack
140.
Aldridge.
That's exactly what we should be looking at. Because when Bachelor was
97.
playing his last game yesterday, he averaged sub 80 in a 4-1 loss to Mike Warburton. And then, as you've mentioned, Den Herik is just a bit stronger when it comes to game number
100.
5 of the day. Probably something to do with the fact that he's done it before. And he knows what to expect.
100.
They played each other in the first round yesterday morning. And if I may say so, even though Bachelor did play well in his debut match, he got Den Herik
60.
a bit rusty. That is not the case now.
81.
He's warm and worn into this tournament now.
$60.
Having said that, I don't care how young you are, how energetic you are. When you're playing your 10th game of the week,
57. Jemai recall 141.
it starts to become a bit difficult. Now, what has Bachelor just done there? He's already shaking his head. And I think we know why.
Yeah, he's twigged that the brain just went a bit awry for a second. It's
65.
given Den Herik an extra 3 to try and take out the opening leg.
59. Jemai requires 76.
Didn't really put much of a hole from the 166. So Den Herik here should get at least a dart at a double to take out leg 1.
Double 4.
68. Cardio car 107.
Whether you agree with going for the treble or not, that was still a fine effort.
$50. Jemai require 8.
So 2 4s. Having wired it a couple of moments ago. Double 2. He's been finding himself chasing a lot today, hasn't he?
No score.
And that
Cardio
really
require
did drop low.
57.
That dart has got to disappear from his arsenal.
Game shot in the
That
first
leg has
leg.
now
Go,
disappeared.
Bachelor.
But that low shot from Den Herik, that does
Second leg
spring
is
up every
Go
now
to
and
throw
again. It's
first.
got to go.
Game on.
That's going to plague his game.
And is that down to the fact that he's pushing the dart a lot? If he doesn't get that action 100%, then you're going to
60.
see something drop low as a result. If he can't get the full elevation of his throw.
Yeah, potentially. From 2 dimensions, it's really hard to diagnose it, but from 3 dimensions, it would be a lot easier. If we were to watch him from
60.
close quarters, you can figure it out. It might be slipping out of his hand. He might be going through the process too quickly.
140.
It has happened to elite players. We've already mentioned Rob Cross today for the right reasons. At the start of his career, he used to have this dart that would come out of his hand and nearly hit the bullseye. And not in a good way. He was going for the treble 20.
60.
But that, over the years, has been eradicated. He's got to do the same thing.
And look, only 23
81.
years of age. So plenty of time to put it right. And it's not as if he's got the firmest of grips either. Just
59.
kind of pinches the dart, doesn't he, with his thumb and index finger.
All darts grips aren't very firm. They can't be. If you grip a dart too hard,
100.
it's not going to travel with integrity. It's got to have stability but no pressure.
94. Cardio require 120.
So 120 here for 2 zip. pinch the first leg.
Game shot.
And then hits a Shanghai to win
Bachelor.
leg 2. And incredibly, that's his first ton
Third leg is
topper
Jamai to throw
of the
first.
day.
Game on.
Like setting ton plus checkouts against Den Herik, doesn't he?
Yeah, it was the
100.
158 yesterday to get the job wrapped up. That has put himself in a commanding position in this
45.
particular contest.
You were talking to him this morning. Any idea why he's called Mr. Porky?
I've still got no clue. Still got no clue.
I need to know this story.
57.
We need a roving reporter to find out.
$134.
Here's some Stoke.
58.
So I would imagine he likes oat cakes. They're very famous around there.
140.
But needless to say, Mr. Oatcake doesn't have the same ring to it. Does Jamai have a nickname?
No, he's very much of this new breed of players that's good. They don't need a
140.
nickname. Or they just abbreviate their name. JVDH.
Yeah, it doesn't really roll off the tongue.
60.
I would say
Jamai got
we'd do a committee
146.
for a nickname for Jamai, but we both know that my attempts to give players nicknames come to mixed receptions. Cass's a Tiger, yes. Spivey Man, no.
130.
That gets a
Kylie
yes.
122.
This could be a resounding yes. Oh, what you doing going for the treble?
64 left.
What you doing that for? He's
66.
sitting on a
Jamai
double.
requires 16.
There's a big 18 waiting for you. Why are you being so greedy? Maybe that's why he's called Mr. Porky. Because he's greedy.
Game shot in the third leg.
It's cost him
Jamai
the leg.
Den Herik. Fourth leg is Carl to throw first. Game on.
What do you think? Chasing the treble there in the 122. Is it
26.
a calculated gamble? Or is it unnecessarily aggressive?
It's dependent on scenario. With Den Herik where he was in the leg, it didn't feel like the right play at that particular moment in time.
96.
Say he was left on something like 95, for example, where you probably still back yourself 50-50 to come back. I can understand it. But when your opponent's got three in hand at a double, I think you've got to play it as
59.
calculatedly as you possibly can. Just give yourself some kind of guarantee of something.
Yeah, I would classify going for treble 18 in that very spot
99.
like twisting on 15 at blackjack when the dealer is showing a 6.
77.
Doesn't make any sense.
$46.
We have had a bit of a mishmash of results today. There's been a lot of 7-leg games, but the last couple of games have lasted only 4.
140.
This one's going to last more than 4. Their game yesterday only last 5. As Bachelor was over the line with 4 out of 13 on his doubles
65.
and ending with the 158.
And that was because it was at this stage of the game where he really did begin to make his move.
120 scored.
Sorry, you were saying?
141.
Looks like he's making another move.
Yeah, just rewind to yesterday.
Yeah, it just so happens he left himself on 58. 100 exactly less than that big shot.
100. Carl, you require
If
58.
Jamai's not careful here, he's going to lose twice to this guy.
Game
Very
shot
good.
ball there. Carl
Very good
Bachelor.
indeed. This is a very worthy 2-point
Fifth leg is
cushion.
Jamai to throw first. Game on.
Or should I say a 2-leg cushion? The averages aren't close. Bachelor's percentages
100.
by far superior to that of his opponent.
Yeah, 3 from 4 on the outer ring.
100.
And Jemai knows that he's missed a big opportunity to really take charge of the group today. If he loses this game, he knows that he has missed a big, big trick.
We've just had our 30th maximum of the day. Just 3 more, and they will equal yesterday's total.
Well, here's 31.
180.
Sorry, do you rent out that crystal ball?
Well, they shouldn't be 32.
170. Jamaica 41.
Well, this leg's all of a sudden sparked into life, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a warning shot, that one, and you can't miss singles. 88.
33.
If Bachelor takes this out, it's another hammer blow
135.
to the rest of the field.
Chilch ready for the bull. Bullseye, and that's not a bad guide.
110.
Clips the coat of paint that is the wire.
8.
My word, when he threw that, he thought that was the end of his day. Has he still got more work to do? Well, he does, but not much.
25.
Well, that bullseye may have felt like a punch on the nose there for Jemai Van Den Herik. This could be a kick in the ribs. And this to top the table overnight.
Game shot.
Carl Bachelor
And the
will
match,
lead
Carl
Group A
Bachelor.
going into the final day. Well, what a delightful debut this is becoming for Mr. Porkin. He's even learning where the cameras are. He's beaten Jemai Van Den Herik by 4 legs to 1. Before the break, Carl Bachelor secured top spot overnight, courtesy of a 4-1 win over Den Herik. That 76 combo wrapped it up. The 120 was the highlight for Carl. And so Mr. Porky on debut will be heading the league standing. So we've still got 2 more games to go here on this Tuesday afternoon. And it is a meeting between Jack Aldridge and Nathan Potter. For Jack, he led the table at the beginning of today's play. Now finds himself in 4th position. That's a Nathan Potter. I'm struggling to kind of put heads or tails as to words to describe his day today. Because, yes, he's in 2nd position. Yes, he could be level on points with Carl Bachelor at the summit of the league standings. But if I'm going to be brutally honest with you, Nico, I don't know how.
121.
You know, if you handed a results sheet to someone right now and explained Nathan's day,
140.
they would say he's played pretty well. Here are his averages for the day. And this is going to emphasize the point. 91.25. Then he loses with an 81, so he didn't play particularly well against Den Herik. Since then, a 91.95.
100.
And an 88.41 and a 4-0 victory against Mike Warburton. That's not bad. That's around the 90 mark. So what does it say about us when we judge him by higher standards?
64.
It's been a little untidy at times, but if I may say so, it's been a little bit better than yesterday.
But to his credit, the way he's been playing the last year or so has been the reason why we judge him by higher expectations than perhaps we ever have done so before. And look,
57.
he wants to be on the Pro Tour next year. Those types of numbers you read out there are going to have to be close to his B game. Or even his B- game. If he's going to be duking it out with the best 128 players on the planet.
$139. Nathan, you're
both of these players have played on the Pro Tour this year. This looks familiar. Tops again.
81.
And there's another one of those
Jack
drastic low misses.
40.
Yeah, he's got a problem pulling tops low.
Game shot the
As
first thing.
Aldridge
Jack
finds the
Aldridge.
double 10 to put himself 1-0 to the
Second
good.
leg is Nathan to throw first. Game up.
The difference between these two, when they have had a call-up to the Pro Tour this year, best result for Aldridge, Players' Championship 10.
60.
He lost in a board final, which is the last 32, to Josh Rock, after beating Willie O'Connor and Mario van der Bahara. As for Nathan,
135.
he's gone 2 steps closer to a title by making a quarter-final back in April. Beat James Wade, Daryl Gurney, Dimitri
100.
Vandenberg, and Arno Merck. And his lowest average that day?
60.
It was in the quarter-final against Wessel Nyman. 92.06. And if I may, Henry, that actually proves your point. Because every performance that day was
60.
better than what he's done here today.
And look, there is that adage that we mention all the time, that good players will play their better stuff when they play the best players. But as a mean,
96.
the game is there or thereabouts. There just needs to be some creases that need ironing out.
Yeah, like that miss at tops. I hasten to say that, yeah, you're not going to hit it all the
100.
time, but you can't miss it by that much.
And particularly because that was his 5th visit to the board against the throw in the opening leg, which you're going to seldom happen on the Pro Tour.
138.
And so those opportunities, you may say, oh, it's only one dart in hand, but that one dart in hand might be the only dart that you get at a double. Particularly after 5 visits.
105. Jack requires 72.
And after 5 visits, he could lose this leg as well.
48. Nathan, you require 76.
That's been a bit more prevalent for Aldridge today, hasn't it? More darts missed at double. Here we go again.
56.
This time he gets closer.
Jack, you require 24.
He didn't miss this. It felt like a tool yesterday, but he has done that.
Game
No
shot
issue on the
second
double
leg,
six.
Jack
And
Aldridge.
Aldridge is 2-0 to the good. And for him, it's
Third
a
leg is
damage
Jack
limitation
to the very
job.
first. Game up.
Wins this game, he's on to 12 points. He just keeps himself within 2. A lot of the problems materialised itself early on in the day for
100.
Aldridge, where he had a barren run of defeats to start. He lost 4-2 to Den Herik, then beat Mike Warburton, then lost 4-3 to Robert Thornton, then 4-2 to
100.
Carl Bachelor. And that was where he really began to lose pace with those ahead of him at the top of the table.
Well, before this game, Henry, he'd had 42
97.
darts at a double. And after 4 rounds, you think, actually, that's not bad. That's around about 10, 11 darts at double a match. But the problem is, the majority of those darts at
140.
double came in the first 2 games.
$57.
He had 32 darts at a double in his first 2 games. And after that, 10 in the next 2.
97.
This is a little bit more like it. He's had 6 darts at double. He's hit a couple. That's a percentage you can work with as long as you get enough
80.
chances.
Nathan Carl 164.
So 164 to half the gap. Not to be this time.
55. Jack Carl 167.
This finish has been left a lot today, but still we have not had a dart at the bullseye for it.
80. Nathan Carl 109.
You sense these are just must get now. You sense these are the types of shots he needs to get just to keep himself
45.
in with a hope
Jack
and a
Carl
prayer.
87.
Looks like he's flagging. If Aldridge is straight, he's on the ball.
Game shot.
There's your bullseye.
Jack Aldridge.
And it's a beauty to make it 3-0.
Fourth leg is Nathan to throw first. Game up. $60.
There's the flailing of the arms. If you as an opponent see those shoulders drop, you believe that this game is in
125.
your midst. It's not a game you're going to lose. You've got to stay on the offensive.
$85.
Am I fair in saying that Nathan Potter's looked rather unsettled for the most part of the day?
139.
It's just, I don't know what it is, but something's just not felt like it usually has been with him.
Yeah, I don't think it's coming easy to him at the minute.
60.
We've seen him in campaigns over the first 3 days of a week, and it's looked silky. At this point in time, it's just a little... What's
100.
less silky? The odd dart at tops missing by half an inch. The odd dart at tens missing by 2 centimetres on the
60.
outside.
Jack Carl 137.
Not finding enough first dart treble 20s. And he finds himself firmly on the back foot here and almost on the cliff edge as Aldridge sets up tops to win the
97.
match.
And a tops, which has been left after a dozen darts. And Potter's just had no way of reply.
47.
And
Jack
I think
Carl
he's ready
40.
now to shake the hand of his opponent.
Game
And
shot.
shake the hand of his
Jack
opponent he will,
Aldridge.
because Jack Aldridge will find the tops, a 13 darter to wrap it up by 4 legs nil. A move on to 12 points. Warburton and Thornton round the day off. So for the final time today, we have darts for you here on Pluto TV. We're going to watch Robert Thornton and Mike Warburton bring today's Tungsten Tussles to a close. And these two are the bottom two as far as this Group A is concerned. Robert did pick up his first win a couple of games ago, getting over the line by 4 legs to 3 against Jack Aldridge.
Mike to throw first.
But there was a big drop-off in performance against Jemai van den Herik, around about 24 points in terms of dip in terms of the numbers. As for Mike Warburton today,
100.
It's felt at times as if it's been a bit chastening. The highlight moment was the 4-3 win which he got against Jemai
60.
van den Herik in the middle of the programme's worth of fixtures. But that's the only win that Warby's been able to add to his tally on Tuesday.
100.
Are we seeing two players that are playing in Group C this week?
Yes.
140.
I think we know all but one of the spots in Group C now. It's going to be Warby, Thornton, Kaya Basil, Lee Evans of Wales.
60.
Is he getting brackets?
Have we entered Martin Atkins Wigan territory?
Seems like we have.
120.
And Mason Whitlock. So we're going to have M. Whitlock, Lee Evans bracket Wales.
81.
What we're not going to get is Robert Thornton against Jim McEwen, because he's playing in Group B this week with Chaz Barstow and Jamie Lewis.
97. Mike Carl 160.
So if you're looking for a Welsh derby or a Scottish derby this week, it's looking decidedly unlikely.
So what you're saying is on Saturday we could see Whitlock against Lewis, but not of that
100.
variety.
Robert, you require 84.
Possibly. Got to be a recovery from Robert, and he can't find that treble 19.
44. Mike, you require 60.
Double top for Warburton.
Game shot in the
That's
first leg.
as tidy
Mike
as you will
Warburton.
find. And it's a classic 17 darter from
Second leg
Warburton
is
as well,
Robert to throw first. Game up.
which is around about an 88.5 average. That's where he lives.
So what you're saying is that's a litness leg.
30.
Kind of. I think if he were to pick somewhere to live, it would be 88 average street.
140.
Look at this. Lovely release. Lovely arc. Lovely shot.
45.
You can see Robert is getting a little bit lethargic here.
Mm-hmm. 60.
Hard work for these guys. To end the day, I'm sure they're mentally a bit beaten up as well. Hard to play like that, Henry.
140.
When you've had a bad couple of days, you've only picked up 1 or 2 wins. It's difficult. Motivation is you want to end on a win,
100.
but you don't have a lot to feed off from the last couple of days.
I'll tell you one thing about Warby. You don't get many, if any, darts straight
56.
away from the 20 tie. You may not always hit the treble every time, but you won't see him hit a 1 or 5.
41. $100. Mike Ukar 160.
If you lose this leg, Mike, you know who to blame.
$100.
He's got a nice
Robert
treble on
Ukar,
the end of that.
130.
We did have one of these yesterday from Jack Aldridge. We're not going to get one from
53.
Robert, and he just
Mike
flings
Ukar,
that last
60.
dart away, looking for the bullseye, and it is drastically off target, as Warburton likes to repeat the trick. He doesn't
Game shot,
repeat it,
second leg,
but he
Mike
does get another
Warburton.
leg on the board. He is sailing towards a Warburton W, and a second win over
Third
Robert
leg is
Thornton this
Mike
week.
to throw first. Game on.
Not sure Robert was too happy with himself there.
$100.
Well, so far, so good. If your name's Mike Warburton, 2-0 to the good, looking to get his second win of the
60.
day, and it would mean that it'd be 2 wins per day so far for him in this Group A, having amassed 4 points during Monday's action.
60. $60. 84.
He's actually letting us down today. He's averaging 85.5 for the day so far. So if he can
60.
find something around the 90 mark here, he'll do it again. Do you remember that statistic from, was it 18 months ago, where James Wade, over the course of 10, 15 years of his career, had averaged almost level 94.25? Warburton is like Wade,
58.
but 7
Robert,
points
you're
worse off.
77.
He's just at that level playing field.
Double 10.
57.
So maybe we should rename him
Mike,
the
you've got
Bubble,
123.
because he is pretty much where the level and the gauge is.
Someone's already got the Spirit as their nickname.
47. Robert, you required
The
20.
famous Coronation Street actor Michael Lavelle.
Game shot in the third leg. Robert Thornton.
But the man known as the Thorn has got his first leg of this contest. And when he played against Warburton yesterday
leg is
morning at around
Robert to throw
9:35, he only
first.
got
Game
one
up.
leg.
$95.
It's been better all round today from Robert. Of that, there's absolutely no doubt. Still gears to go to be ultra competitive, but he'll sense that he's taking strides in the right direction now.
100. $82.
We don't have many dad jokes, do we, in darts? I'm sure if we had some related to this sport, the comedians within the
100.
sport would tell them. People like Alan Tabin and Mark Webster and some others. We know that Tim Vine is a big fan of darts. He actually owns a 2-leg cushion.
60.
He has a cushion with 2 legs on it. It's a classic bit of kit.
I'm off. I'm sorry. You can finish this on your own. No.
45. $60.
He needs a treble to leave a finish.
60.
Hasn't quite got it.
$56.
Warburton's got to smell an opportunity here. Even though Thornton did miss double 14 for a 148 in his first game today against Nathan Potter.
100. Robert, you require 148.
He will sense like he's coming back. But maybe he's not. Maybe he's not.
134.
Second near
Mike,
miss
you
of the
require
day on that
96.
shot on the same double. Look at this. Pretty
Game shot
brilliant.
the fourth leg. Mike Warburton.
Pretty good from Warby. The 96 gets
Fifth
him a
leg
break,
is
which puts
Mike
him
to throw
3-1 to the
first.
good, and now
Yeah.
to within a leg of what will be his second win of the day. And it will keep Thornton on 2 overnight. Put him on 8. It still have work to do to try and
41.
jettison Jemai and Nathan in third and fourth position respectively to try to jump into a Group B spot come the end of tomorrow's play. But he'll give himself
95.
a little bit of a olive branch at least.
It's largely forgotten that Warburton has made the semi-finals of the World Masters before, when it was
60.
held at the Circus Tavern back in 2019, won by John O'Shea, of course. That is a tournament that Robert Thornton has succeeded in winning.
45.
2007, wasn't it? The year that he won it. That was the same year John Walton hit a 9-darter. The first televised 9-darter to win a match.
100.
I believe the first 9-darter to be hit live on the BBC because Paul Lims was on tape delay.
Yeah, but it wasn't the first live 9-darter, was it?
No, it would be a few before that because you had Barneveld obviously in the Premier League, and then of course I know what you're going to allude to, Sean Greatbatches at the Dutch Open being the first live televised.
Correct. It was.
140.
It's a beautiful thing about facts. There's only one right answer.
$35. Mike Hukar, 160.
Well, this to beat to a close, and he's got time and space. 6 from here, and he's going to need that full quota to complete what has been a rather
100.
comprehensive display.
Well, he's not going to average 87 for the day,
83.
but
Mike
looks like he's going to win this
60.
game by the same scoreline as yesterday against the Thorn.
It's double top.
Game shot.
It's a 4-1
And the
win
match,
for Mike Warburton to round off the day, and for the second day in succession, he has beaten Robert Thornton by 3 clear legs. So Warby ends the day with a 4-1 win over Robert Thornton. But it's Carl Bachelor, the debutant, who leads the way going into the final day's worth of action in this group. And me and Paul Nicholson will be talking all about that on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Live Lounge reports of where Group A has come to a close here on this Tuesday afternoon at the Modus Super Series. And before the break, we saw Mike Warburton get the better of Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 1. But it was a day which was all about the debutant Carl Bachelor. He's having a great time of it here, isn't he, on the south coast of England. He's at the top of the table. He's 2 points clear of 3 players on 12 points. So he's in charge of what looks like a very tightly contested race to win this Group A going into the final day's worth of action. We've been watching all the darts on this Tuesday afternoon in the company of the asset Paul Nicholson. He joins us here in the studio now. And I'll tell you what, this dream debut is continuing for Carl Bachelor. Every time we pose a question, can he carry on carrying on? Well, if anything, he just continues to get better, or at least consistently better.
Well, 6 points on day one is an overachievement in his own words. You spoke to him this morning before play commenced, and he said that now he wants to make Saturday. And if he continually improves as days go on, he's going to make Saturday with 2 days to spare. Because today it was 4 wins from 5. Yesterday it was 3 from 5. If he improves tomorrow, it's going to be 5 from 5. And there's your ticket to Saturday. He's done really well. He's been extremely tidy. He hasn't made a great deal of big errors, and he's caused problems for everybody.
In groups like this, you need to find that extra bit of X factor. What is Carl finding that perhaps other players aren't in this group?
I think maybe he's got a different perspective. We know his backstory, or a little bit of it anyway. But maybe he's come in here with a little less pressure on his shoulders, and he can just go up there and enjoy the game for what it is, because there are a lot of players in this group who have ambitions elsewhere. It's not just about winning here this week or possibly winning a Champions Week. It's about challenge to our positions. It's about potential to be a pro. And people trying to get their form back in the case of Warburton, and trying to cement a legacy by getting a weekly win in the case of Thornton. I don't think Bachelor's thinking that way. He's here purely to play darts. He obviously cares about people's reputations, but he's out there causing havoc. And he's been a real joy to watch.
However, you made a point on commentary about whether it would be different when there's something on the line. Now, he's got to sleep overnight with that lead at the top of the table. Does that change things going into tomorrow?
Ask me that question in about 23 hours, because I do get the feeling that there's a very different climate coming his way. How he handles tomorrow tells us about his full mentality. We maybe know 50% at this stage. He can play freely for a couple of days as a debutant. We saw Neil Wild here at one point. He was leading after Tuesday and he wasn't able to get over the line, so it's difficult. So we'll see what happens.
In terms of elsewhere, it just felt like chaos beneath him in the table. We'll begin with Jemai van den Herik, because he'll probably feel as if he's missed a major opportunity today. Had a chance to move 2 points clear during the middle of the session, didn't take advantage of that. And then it felt like as the day drew towards a close, there was a bit of a wobble there from the young Dutchman.
I think there are some similarities between Nathan Potter and Jemai van den Herik. I think there are a few darts that are coming out of the hand that they can't understand, and they're missing by quite some distance. There was some great stuff, and if I sit here and say that there wasn't, I'd be lying, because he's sitting very prominently in this table. But we watched every dart today, and we have seen a few misses by big margins. They're the darts that have to change, and largely we're seeing those shots in important moments.
You could see it on his face. Today was a very frustrating day for Nathan Potter.
Yeah, it was, but like we said in his last round match, he's actually played all right today. On paper, it looks better than it looked organically. So if that's his B- game right now, it tells you where his A+ game could potentially be. If he's saving his best darts for the third day of Group A, then watch out. He could fly up the table. But his games against Jemai and the game against Bachelor, they will be critical.
As for Jack Aldridge, now he's actually in second position. Now he's had a very strange day. He started at the top, spent a lot of the day in fourth position, then come the end of it, it's found himself in P2. We've kind of forgotten about the fact he's in P2 overnight.
Well, you brought it up earlier. You said that there's a possibility after round one from first he could go to fourth. I didn't spot that, and I thought, hang on, that doesn't seem like it's possible. But then you forget about Jack because everybody else is doing stuff, and by the end of the day, he's gone up again. So he's got every license to go away from this place today and shake his head and say, what was that all about? It was fun to watch, though.
In terms of Mike Warburton, it's literally a case, isn't he? He's like a can of Ronsil. What you see is what you get.
I don't want to sit here and say that Mike is one-paced because I've seen him average north of 110 in back-to-back games in Southampton. He is a special dart player. But what you get from him 95% of the time is this 85 to 88 average stuff with really good doubling, and in some groups, that's not good enough. When you've got Aldridge putting in ton plus averages, you've got Potter meandering with 91, 92 averages, other people in this group are just able to find that extra spice when he's still coasting at 85 to 88. So if he's going to succeed this week, he's got to find that top level. He hasn't quite found it yet.
Better from Robert Thornton today, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was important for him to get off the mark, and average-wise today was better. Even though he did have his worst performance of the week today, I think that was at a point where the energy was just not there. He recovered somewhat statistically in his last match, but I think his whole ambition of coming into Tuesday was just to make sure he got a win. And at times early on today, he did play pretty well.
Right, try and make some mess of this madness as we look at the league table for one final time going into tomorrow's action. Where does it get won and lost? And I suppose the big thing that I get drawn to is the plus 15 legs difference of Carl Bachelor as so much to his 2-point lead at the top of the table.
That can close really quickly. The one thing that Bachelor's done well this week is he hasn't lost by a massive margin multiple times. That's why his leg difference is so good. But Aldridge against Bachelor, and then Bachelor against Den Herik, and all of the different head-to-heads that you've got between the top four, if they can share those wins out in the first 2 or 3 rounds tomorrow, that makes round 4 and round 5 really enticing. What changes now is that they're not all targeting Jack, they're targeting Carl. Overnight, the people that aren't leading are thinking, I need to take him out. And if I do, I've got a chance.
It's going to be very interesting. And do you know what? We've got no idea how this is going to play, which makes it fun to watch.
That's what Wednesdays are all about. This is about moving on Tuesday. Carl's made his move. Wednesday's about solidifying a spot and keeping it. He's got first. Can he keep it?
We shall see. Thank you so much, Nico, as ever. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Coming up next is the Legends League Dart Swap Challenge, which features Steve Beaton and Richie Burnett swapping darts with one another. And I'm not sure whether I'd be wanting to swap darts with Richie Burnett, but we'll see what kind of fun happens there in a few moments' time. Then we've got the Champions Talk. That is with Jeff Smith, the silencer. That is later on this evening at 7:45. Then Group A comes to its close. It heads to the Boyle tomorrow morning for 9:30 a.m. It's the debutant Carl Bachelor who leads the way, and he is hoping to continue what's been a dream ride here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And he'll be hoping to be at finals night back at the regulation slot of 7:30 p.m. this Saturday night. And of course, it's all live here on Pluto TV. That's it for us, where Bachelor has got top honours in this Group A so far. He leads the way going into Wednesday's action. Bye from us.
The new Modus Super Series champion. Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith!
It's match down.
5 star performance.
Ball for big fish.
Game.